What's up, guys? Not too much, not too much. Not too much. Just doing some been doing some hobbies this week actually. Salute to everyone. Thank you for joining me back on Savage Red Recovery. We're doing an after party, seeing as I can't really do a stream on Fridays because MTR takes like the whole night to his stream, his 16-hour streams. Make sure you get that toxic Kyle. Well, that's not a loaded question. Yeah, like I don't think that was a loaded question, my dudes. Like I just think the reason that Pip says it's loaded is because women don't have to they don't have to live in the same standards that they put on other people. So it becomes loaded because you don't have an answer to it, or also the fact that like it's a lot of the like the lockdowns. Like you have a lot of these politicians that say you have to stay in your house and that hair salons need to be closed, but they're getting their hair done, they're traveling, like it's rules for you but not for me type of thing. That's why I think women get offended when you even have the audacity to ask them like the same thing that they ask you. Yeah, like, or I don't know if you guys know this, but when you date women and like you ask to see their phone, which I don't ask to see their phone because I don't do that, but it's more of like you give them the same standard. Like if they say don't talk about my ex, like don't talk about your ex, but then when they talk about their ex, you bring it up to them and they get annoyed. It's just that whole same type of idea of they just don't like being called out on their bullshit. That's all. Oh man. Yeah, it wasn't loaded at all. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's got to have a job. He can't be dusty. He's got to have a good hairline, good teeth, good jaws, 6-foot cock so big he wears it as a scarf. He needs to have He needs to have an 8-pack. He needs to be 7'12". You know, what do you bring to the table? How dare you? How dare you put standards on me? I can be as fat as I want, and that's okay. You need to accept my big ass, fatty ass, bitch ass body. But if you get fat, totally different. You need to go to the gym. You need to work out. You need to get your money up. Like, just stupid. What's up, guys? I'm not exactly sure how many people are going to funnel in. I got my Discord over here going fucking off. All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring some. I'm gonna drop the StreamYard down if you guys want to jump in and get on. I don't have like I don't really have like a main topic. I usually don't have a main topic when I do the after parties for MTR because there's just there's 5 hours of content and like it's hard to stick to a topic even when you're in his stuff. But couple things that I do want to put out there. During the week, I have seen a lot of things about the riots and about the police killing that man. If anyone wants to talk about that stuff or they want to talk about stuff that they're doing, if they're starting a channel or stuff that they're doing, like anything new this week, like I don't have a main topic. Like I really just want to do a debriefing with everyone that was from the family from MTR because pretty much like I'm albino MTR at this point. Like I pretty much got my celeb from him. So whatever you guys want to do is fine. I'm about to drop the link. Hey, YouTube just told me that I was live. I don't know why they would tell me that I'm live in my live, but it's a good thing that they stay on it. Am I dating currently? Not like yes and no. Like yeah, yes and no. Like the girl that betrayed me, like we're talking again, but we're not dating. Like I'm actually gonna get into that because uh we're taking the kids tomorrow out to Nelson Ledges, which if you guys aren't from Ohio, Nelson Ledges is called like the quarry. And it's where like ICP used to come and do their festivals out here. There's like a Badfish festival. There's a lot of hippies and just music, music festivals with a lot of hippie adult like content that go on there. Oh yeah, so my girlfriend got a random message from a girl who sent a message to her saying that I was banging her on the regulars, and then as soon as she sent the message, she deleted the Facebook, so she couldn't respond. And she started talking to my daughter's mom, who my daughter's mom has had a CPS case open. She was getting high with my daughter, and we were going through that prior to the virus happening. And my daughter's mom has just done a bunch of shady stuff to me, and like one of the people that out of all the people that you want to talk shit about me to, like that would be not the best one. And let's be honest, look at me. I'm a white guy with face tats, you know. I hang out in a black chat room. So I'm used to, being gossiped or shit talked or not, I'm also an asshole, so I'm used to not being liked. So for me to feel some kind of way about you saying something to someone, it kind of means something, It kind of means something. Okay, so I'm gonna drop this link again. Anyone that wants to come in on here, I'm gonna give you guys a rundown of what's been going on with me this week. I haven't really dropped that much content. I dropped one video, but so this week I have been taking up photography, and I don't know if you guys find that appealing, but I find it super appealing. And now that I'm looking at this camera, I need to trim my facial hair because it's all in my lips and makes me look more like trash. But yeah, like I've been doing some photography, like going out almost every day. It's been raining a lot here, so I didn't get to go like today. I took a nap after work like an old man. But I can't say that I'm super great at photography, but I was an artist when I was growing up. Like I won awards for drawing and whatnot and painting. So I do have a artistic eye, so I am kind of taking good pictures. I'm not saying that I'm great or anything, but I do feel that I'm a little bit better than your average bear who buys a camera and doesn't know how to use it and starts taking pictures. At least I'd like to think that in my own head.
What's up, Kyle?
What up, dude?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. So, what'd you think about MTR's 20-hour long stream?
Well, I didn't wake up until like 9:30, 10 o'clock. So that's when I jumped in. So it wasn't like I was there.
Right.
Are they protesting in Ohio? I don't know if they are. I haven't seen any, but like I live in a black neighborhood, but I don't see that. And when it comes to protesting down here in Ohio, Ohio doesn't play that fuck shit. Like I don't remember there was something that happened. I think Black Lives Matter was going to come out here in like 2016 when Trump because he did like a Republican thing at in downtown Cleveland. Black Lives Matter didn't even show up because like Cleveland is not like we're not that city. Like don't come to our city and fuck our shit up because we'll fuck you all up. Like we don't care. So I haven't really seen protests or anything like that. Like I don't even think riots would happen here in Cleveland because Cleveland's just like a roughneck city. Like it's a real roughneck city. Sorry, buddy, you were saying?
No, I was just we were talking about off an MTR stream. I didn't get in there till after 10 o'clock either. I've been on the phone with my cousin, so been talking, and I've been telling about how I started me a channel and all that, and making content now, and want to start another one to make different content, but try to learn OBS and Streamlabs to get better, just get familiar with it and better.
Well, I actually delete all my personal information.
Yeah.
Like my personal Facebook, like people can clearly see what my name is, so it's not really
right.
It's not really like I'm hiding it, but I don't want my personal Facebook out there because it gets me in too much trouble with thotting. Like I'm out here just banging broads too often. But I actually started I deleted all my personal stuff that made like a Savage Red Recovery Instagram and Facebook and whatnot. And if anyone wants to check out my photography is all on my Instagram. Like I was thinking about making a second channel and like maybe vlogging, like going through like what I'm doing with my photography, but I don't know. I really don't know. Like I have trouble with this because half the time, like what I find interesting, other people don't. So like I'm still trying to figure myself out in this YouTube channel thing. Plus MTR is like, you need to be toxic. People don't like how you talk like a monotone whenever you're on your channel.
Gotcha. But so what kind of photography stuff I guess you plan on doing, I guess, what on your channel or whatever?
So like pretty much it would just be what I'm currently doing. Like
okay.
I'm just going out to like nature and stuff, but like I haven't really figured out a style yet. Like I haven't really figured out my style, but like I know for a fact that I want to take pictures of motherfuckers with tattoos.
Okay.
Probably some criminal looking motherfuckers. Probably some bitches and some hoes, and some guns. Like I know in some way that's gonna be my style because I kind of want to be like more of a street, more of a street type of photographer. Like I don't really.
Okay.
Like, I would rather tell a message in a picture than like I'll do other photography, but like that's kind of.
I got you.
My thing.
That's kind of like your niche.
Yeah, that's kind of what I look like. It's kind of like you like if you see me at if you saw me at like a fine arts museum or something, like I feel like I'd stand out a little bit.
Got you. It's cool.
So if you guys go to Instagram, Savage_Red Recovery, like that, what I just sent out, that is the my Instagram. I can share it on here. I could bring it up and share my screen if I wanted to, but I don't want to take from you. Don't say what, MTR. Here, MTR, I'll just let you get on here, and I'll let you come over here and run your stream part 2. Shots. But what are you doing on your channel?
Okay, on this channel, which the Oaken, I'm primarily I'm breaking down the black pill aspects and scientific aspects within the Bible. I want to use it to help men to understand what being men is about, as far as spiritually as well as biologically. To that way they can focus on their purpose and just focus on more positive things in life that doesn't have to revolve around women at the time. That way they can get a focus on what they need to at this time. That way when women, whenever they do, improve themselves, that the women will just be a side effect of it, not their main reason for doing so. And also I want to get on there. I want to get with other content creators or other people that deal in real estate, to talk about, potential career opportunities for men, to develop and improve themselves. I know a couple of guys that they're in the trucking. We could talk about trucking and different things like that. And but just I kind of want to have that that man cave type feel to it. The vibe to it, where it's just the guys kind of chopping it up and just providing some knowledge out there for men to have, and just have a good male environment.
Yeah, I could totally understand that. Like I feel like so far on my channel, like I've been told that it just sounds like I'm bitching about women, really.
Yeah.
And that's true on some point. That's true on some level, but at the same time, I haven't been doing YouTube long enough to be able to show progression in the things that I believe. MTR's been on here for years, so he has documentation of from here to here. Like, I know how far I've progressed since I've been sober. So I don't really have documentation because I really don't like taking photos. Like, funny thing, I like to shoot photos, but I don't like to be in photos.
That is funny right there.
But I think I know that I can't really choreograph. I can't put I might be able to put my photos in the community, but I can't I really don't think it would transcend well. So I think that I'm gonna have to do another channel for that. But I think I could correlate that to improving yourself, which is what this channel is really about male improvement. So I guess I maybe I could. I don't know. It's a lot to try to do. But what's your camera set up? What all are you are you gonna do Red Pill Theos, where he doesn't show his face?
Right now, I guess I am, just because of the simple fact. I don't know if you heard of a content creator called Game Changer?
No.
Okay, well, they had this whole fiasco on April Fool's Day, where somebody just made up pretty much like a statutory rape charge on the guy. They put all his information out there, and then the people that did it, they disappeared from the manosphere, and you ain't heard from them since. And I just don't like the idea of doing that just because you disagree with someone's viewpoints. And we already know as men how hard it is, that you can have a stigma that's not even true, especially something as serious as that, even though you didn't do it. Now in the public, you're viewed like that, and you can lose your job over an accusation as false as that. So it's kind of made me kind of weary ever since, leery.
I don't know what you personally do.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do, but I know in my field it doesn't matter. It's not.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna matter.
Yeah, I'm in a smaller area, and now I'm looking, as soon as this COVID stuff, as soon as this 19 clears up, I'm looking to try and get into a trade school. I know most of the state schools or whatever, they don't charge much of anything to learn a trade, and I really want to get into being a certified electrician. That way I kind of change up things.
So don't go to trade school.
Don't.
Mm-mm. What you do? What are you in a big city?
No.
Do you have a big city near you?
The closest one near me is Nashville.
Oh, you're down south. So what you should do is look into what unions are near you. So up here, we have in Cleveland, we have the 38, and then in Akron we have I forget the number of each union, but there's a electricians union in Akron. There's electricians union in Canton. There's an electricians union in Lake County, Lorain County, Cuyahoga County. There's one in Michigan. There's Toledo.
Wow.
We have union chapters. Yeah. So find out where the nearest one is to you, and then go apply. And if you apply, you can like in our union, we have a thing called NORA, which is called Small Works. They'll bring you right in, and they'll like you're not an inside wireman. You're the first step into the union, but you can take the time to learn something and work and take your test to become an apprentice, or you can just go in off the street and apply to be an apprentice, and they take guys in once a year. And like by next year, you could start your schooling, and within 5 years, you'll be making $40. Like up here, our rate's $40 an hour as a journeyman.
Gotcha.
I don't know what it is in Tennessee because cost of living is different with all contracts in every state and stuff. But the union will send you to school. So like when you get done, you'll be middle class. Like you'll just be middle class by the time you get out, and you'll learn everything that you need to know in the school they send you to, and you get paid to go to school. So like on Thursday, you, instead of going to work, you'll go to school, and your company will still pay you 8 hours worth of work for you being in school.
Okay.
There's no real reason for you to go pay your own money and take your time on top of working to go to school when the union or a contractor, like if you were to go to a non-union contractor, the stuff you're going to need to know to be an electrician, they're going to teach you hands-on.
Okay. Cool. Okay. I'll check that out.
So I'm going to drop this link again, but I want to talk about the riots. Like I want to talk about the riots, and I want to get what you think.
Well, I think that's the ugly situation. I know I've talked with other content creators that live in Minnesota, and they always said that before this happened, that the police, they were ridiculous about just pulling people over for anything. I do think that I don't think, I know that it was excessive force on his part to just leave his knee on the man's throat like that the whole time. But I know it's looking like it's going to get uglier. I mean, they're pretty much burning down and looting the city. So, I can say I'm just glad I'm not there right now. To have to run into that mob of crazy people.
So I think this is what I want to say. I don't think that this. I don't think that this riot and this reaction is genuine. I think that it is a manipulation.
Manipulation by what, the government or other individuals, media?
I'm not going to say the government, but I am going to say that there are people that I believe that are trying to hold power, either the people behind the government or like the deep state, the people that are left over, or CIA. There's some branch of some sort of power I feel is trying to keep power, and they're trying to use they intentionally set this off, because I don't know if you guys remember, but in 2016, there just so happened to be another case of police brutality in Minnesota.
Minneapolis too.
Minneapolis, Minnesota. It happened June. It was like June 5th. Comey came out and talked about Hillary Clinton's emails, and then 3 days in a row, there was police brutality that happened, and one of those cases was in Minnesota and Minneapolis. And the other thing of it is even if so, in my head, I think that I don't know if the guy died. I can't say if he did or if he didn't, but let's say he did. All right. The fact that the cop, it's coming out that him and the cop worked together for like 17 years. They knew each other. So if he got killed, it might not be a race thing in any way. It could have been a personal thing. It could have been a personal vendetta sort of issue that's being painted in a racist way.
Well, see, you're telling me stuff I didn't know. You know, most of it I catch when I'm at work. And whenever I get off work, you know, I'm busy trying to go to the gym or do something else. So I haven't really caught any at home. Well, dang, you told me something else I didn't know. You know, I didn't know that they had previously known and been around each other, huh?
Yeah, that's facts. I heard that they worked in the same club and stuff.
Yeah, they worked at the same club. And also, here's another thing. So I also believe that the whole idea of police brutality against black people specifically is a painted narrative that's just made to upset black folks in general. Like the reason I say this is because no other group in America has like any sort of emotional ties to like history as the black folks do in America. One, two, nobody has like documented like such long like documented discrimination. So like in the 60s, you obviously had like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, they were in the news. Like there was a movement that was documented. Like when the Irish or the Italians were getting discriminated against when they came to America, it wasn't as documented as it is now. And it's like the civil rights movement's not that far long. It wasn't that long ago. So I feel like because of the emotional ties that are put specifically into the narrative of the media, I feel like when you want to jam up the news cycle, or you want to get people heated to commit crimes or get people to do stupid stuff, I feel like police brutality and racism is like the easiest way to do that.
I will say one thing. I do find it interesting that this happened like a week, less than a week after the whole Joe Biden incident on the Breakfast Club. I mean, I do find that interesting. Huh?
I'm saying facts. That's what I was bringing up too. Every time when something happens in like politics and stuff, them always bring up some Black Lives Matter shit. But either way, the whole issue with the police killing and thing, that situation was just crazy, because right now what they're doing, they're giving him third-degree murder, and the other officers that were involved in it, they're not going to get charged at all. Which third-degree murder is basically like you weren't involved in it, even though his knee was literally involved, was like on his neck. So if he's getting third-degree murder, that means none of the other officers that were literally there and involved are getting charged at all.
Well, I think that could be because of one, officers are sovereign citizens, and they're working under the immunity of working for the law. And because of that, you have a higher standard of proving them committing a crime. So if one cop has his knee on their neck and the other guy is at their foot, you can't necessarily say that you knew that he was killing him and you were acting in a way that to help that. You know what I mean? Like if me and you go to a liquor store to rob it and you shoot them, we were already committing a crime. So under the law, we fall into any crime that happens underneath with every if you go doing a crime and any crime that happens afterwards, you fall into those other crimes. With that situation, they were there doing their job under the immunity of law, so their actions aren't necessarily attributed to that crime. So that might be why, because it's a different standard for them being cops. What do you think, Lawrence?
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Before I get into that, Kyle, just real quick, if you don't mind. Oken.
Yes.
J-Do's trying to get your the link to the to your channel. I've been trying to put it in, but he can't see it, so maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Okay.
I tried a couple of times. I see it posted it, but he said he can't see it, so maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Okay.
Now
I don't.
yes.
I don't see.
So
I don't see yours.
you don't see me either. Yeah, that's
no, I
weird.
don't see it.
Okay, I put it in there like 4 times, and I can see it, but apparently nobody else can. Oh, wait a minute, it's gone. That's weird. No, there's one of them. Okay. Yeah, I see one of them. I see 2 of them. I guess I'm the only one who can see it. Sorry about that, J-Do, but Oken, if you could put it in there for him, give it a shot. As far as it goes for what you were saying, Kyle, as far as it goes from what I remember, because like I said, it's been years for me, but in New York, it was always taught and explained to us that the police department is actually a hired organization. It's a hired security organization. The real power is the sheriff's department and their deputies.
Yeah.
Now, in that sense, I've always taken them to be the type of people who, at the end of the day, I pretty much just blow off. I mean, they can say what they want, but at the end of the day, if I have any issues, what I've always done is point blank, okay, well, I need you to bring me a sheriff's deputy. Well, why would I need to do that? I don't recognize your authority. And I'm not going to lie, I've done that a couple of times. They're not thrilled about it, but, hey. Now, as far as it goes for the legal ramifications, using the example you used about the liquor store, and again, I'm still talking about New York. What would happen is if 2 of you went in there to rob a liquor store and one of you decided to shoot somebody in that liquor store, even if the other one didn't know that's what you were going to do, you were both going down for that murder, period.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm assuming that's what you were trying to say.
Yeah, because when you go when you go and commit a crime with another person, you're willfully going to commit that crime. So any crime that happens because of
During
the crime you agreed to, then becomes a crime. Just like if we go in and the owner shoots one of us, the one that lives, if one of us died, the one that lives can get charged with murder for him shooting one of us.
Yes,
because
that's correct. Yeah.
That's still a crime. But what I'm saying with the police is if you're resisting or if you're arresting someone, you're supposed to restrain them. So it's not a crime. And if you're at the foot of somebody and there's a guy between you and there's a guy on dude's neck, you're not going to necessarily know he's on dude's neck. So like there might be a different level of standard is what I'm saying. Because if they were clearly like dragging dude by the car down the street together, that's a clear crime. They would all fall under everything that happened.
Yeah, that was over. Yes, something like that happened over 10 years ago in Texas.
Yeah, they're kind of in a gray area.
Yeah, but from what I understand though is that like everything else, there are nuances to it. Like with this particular instance with Floyd, we have video of the officer on his neck. So with that being the case, our next question is, well, not our question, but our first assumption is, okay, he's restraining him. He must have did something. Now, once you get to that, you have to look at what the level of what do you call it? How can I put it? You restraining him because he's giving you a problem is one thing. You restraining him when he's already handcuffed is something totally different.
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make. So if he's already on the ground, he's already handcuffed, and there's 4 officers, so you can't claim you felt your life was threatened. There's 3 other officers there to assist you, and apparently those 3 other officers weren't concerned because they stayed away. If it was really a problem, all 4 of them would have been on top of him. We've seen that. We've seen that many times.
There were two more other officers on top of him.
There was more than one officer on him, but I'm not disagreeing I'm not disagreeing that he shouldn't have. Like, I don't think he should have been doing what he was doing. He should be charged. But I think someone said like only 1 got charged, and my point was the other 3 officers
should be.
The reason that they might not be charged is because under the law, they were not committing a crime.
No, all right. I understand. I understand what you're saying though, where police officers are getting treated differently because they're like sovereign citizens and stuff. I understand. Well, at least I'm not really sure about that, so I can't really speak on that. But in regards of how like second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and all that stuff, if you're involved in a situation where somebody dies and you could have helped, at least from what I know, you can get charged for third-degree murder. Am I correct?
That's if you're a citizen, though. They're there under their authority to do their job. So
right, but their job.
I don't. Well, the Supreme Court has ruled that they do not have an obligation to protect your life. For one, two, I'm saying is cops don't. If you're getting shot at, a cop can leave you to be shot at. They don't have to risk their life to save you.
Okay.
The Supreme Court ruled that. But
don't forget, there's also another Supreme Court ruling where a judge made it apparently clear that if an officer is jeopardizing your life out of context of what's supposed to be, you have a right to defend yourself.
I'm not saying that's not true, but what I was saying was the reason that the other cops aren't being the reason the other cops might not be being charged is because clearly the cop that was on dude's neck, he's on dude's neck and dude died. Dude died specifically because of his actions.
Oh yeah, okay.
The other cops did not go into the situation with the idea to commit a crime. They were not all together they were not coordinating a crime. So
true.
His misaction does not automatically group them into that also, because they weren't doing anything that was a crime either.
But should that be a thing though? Because as you said earlier, if two of us walk into a liquor store and I decide to shoot somebody, you would get charged for murder as well, regardless if it's first degree or second degree murder. You would get charged as well.
But that's different. That's different, and the reason that's different is because not even. The reason it's different is because you and that other person were committing a crime together. What you have with the police officers is that you have one who was committing the crime by killing the young man. The other three officers standing there wouldn't be brought up on charges, but they would be let go for gross negligence of their duties to serve and protect. You understand what I'm saying? That's how it would work.
So the reason that I'm saying that is because like the one dude got charged and the other cops got let go. And I guarantee people are going to say that the justice system is protecting their own. But I don't think that under the law, they have a legal right to charge those other three officers, because regardless if that guy died or not, those cops were called and obligated to be there.
Right.
Like with me and you committing a crime, you're not obligated to go with me. You're not obligated to go to the store, but we chose to do that. So we fall under the law because we chose to be there and to commit it together. That's what I'm saying.
And that's why I was saying before that where the other three officers are concerned, it's just going to be exactly what they got. They got fired. They've been brought up on gross negligence, because at the end of the day, the only thing you can get them for was not performing their duties, which is to serve and protect. They did have an obligation to tell that officer that that's an illegal hold. Number two, if you're restraining him, he's handcuffed and he's been down for 2 minutes. Why are you still sitting up there for a total of 8? We you know what I'm saying? That's where they failed in that respect. But as far as it goes for doing something absolutely illegal, no. Technically, by all statutes of the law, they did nothing illegal. They didn't. Now you can sue them civilly for wrongful death. You could do that. But as far as it goes for criminal charges, you can't get them on anything. It sucks. It sucks, but it's true.
Well, yeah, but even if the other two guys were on his body, if I have 6 guys on your leg, it's not going to kill you. So those other 2 officers, their body on that guy is not going to be the cause of the death. It's the guy on his neck.
Well, this is true. Now, don't get me wrong.
I'm reading the comments. That's
because the way now, if you have a savvy attorney, what you could try for, I don't know how well it would work, but what you could try for is you can go from the aspect that, okay, you had the one officer who actually killed him, the other two officers who were holding him down. You can go for some kind of assisted aspect of it, or something along those lines. You won't get them for murder, but you'll probably get them for something as simple as a misdemeanor. That's about it. But like I said, your best chance against those other officers will never be criminal charges. It's gonna be civil, and you can sue them, like I said, for wrongful death and all that good stuff. But
Okay,
it's a weird situation, because it fascinates me how, like Kyle said, police officers are considered sovereign citizens while the regular citizens are not. Because I've had police officers laugh in the face of other people who are explaining that, and they're like, that don't mean anything to me. You don't know what you're talking about. You're doing all this constitutional double talk, which fascinates me, because they say regular citizens don't have it, but they have it. And truth be told, in my mind, I'm not saying it's not a problem, but I don't think the primary problem is them killing black people. I think I think the primary problem here is that the system allows them to kill anybody at a whim. Now, in the course of your duties, if someone is shooting at you and you have to defend yourself, I get that. But it doesn't matter if you're black, white, etc., and so on. The problem is that they have carte blanche to do whatever they want. That's the real problem. I mean, we can talk about how many of us they kill versus Irish people versus Spanish people, but the bottom line is this: they have too much authority to kill anybody they want when they want. That's the problem. That's really the problem. It's the system.
Well, here's what I want to say. So if you look at the numbers, 2 to 3 times more white people are killed every year by police than black folks. Okay, so in the last 3 years, can any of you guys name the black folks that were killed by police?
Wait, say that again?
In the last 3 years, can you name any black folks that were killed by the police?
I know there's been one every year, but I can't call them by name.
I can name a few.
Yeah, if we go back 4 years, you can talk about Mike Brown, you can talk about Castile, you can talk about that boy in Cleveland named Rice. You can name you can name multiple. Okay,
wasn't there a female?
But you can talk about Brianna Flo. What's her name?
Yeah, it was a female.
Yeah, Brianna. A cop went into her house and killed her, and nothing happened.
Trayvon Martin was before all that, wasn't it? Was he after?
Yeah,
it was.
During that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
he was
way before.
Trayvon Martin wasn't killed by a cop, though.
That's correct.
That's right. My bad. That's right. You're right. My bad.
Okay. Correct. So if 2 to 3 times more white people are killed by police every year, and we named that many black folks in the last 4 years, name me one white person that was killed by the police in the last 10 years.
I can't remember the name.
I can't say because I know personally the media pushes the whole when a black person dies, they push it hard. They push it really hard.
Yeah.
They push that really hard. So I understand what you're saying in regards to that.
Yeah, because I'm here in Florida, and I know right now I can think of 6 in the last 4 years, easy. But I don't know their names. It's the same thing with the black. I don't remember their names. But I'm here in Florida. I can call out. I know there's 6. I know for a fact, and out of that 6, 2 of them are women.
I know I wasn't gonna be able to remember their names, but the only one that I remember or hear anything from, that up in Washington State, whenever they shot them people on their land, whenever the government wanted to get their land, the man refused to sell. I remember that one. That's the only one that I remember.
So there was a white guy.
As crazy as it sounds, what you just said, Oaken, is it happens here a lot. The vast majority of those issues happen on their property. Because down here, you own a couple of acres and a whole 9 yards, and like anything else, you have eminent domain. Don't walk on my property unless you invite it.
Right.
But they do it all the time. There was one lady, her neighbors didn't like her growing vegetables and stuff in front of her house, so they reported it to the city a couple of times. Wow. and they had no reason that she couldn't do it. And the cops just showed up, walked all through her garden, ripped it all up and threw it in the street, and then told her to clean it up. And this woman had to be at least like 69, 70 years old.
Oh man, that's low.
And she,
Yeah,
and she was,
rough.
and she was growing it because her doctor had told her she needed to eat more regular vegetables and more healthy. So she started growing. I mean, she had cabbage. I mean, her garden looked like mine: cabbage, lettuce, the whole 9 yards. And just because neighbors didn't like the way it looked, and she reported it one time too many. And I mean, there's photographs of them. I mean, just look it up. They just went over there and just started ripping it out and throwing it in the street. I'm like, come on, man. That's not even what your job's supposed to be about.
Right.
Well, the reason that I bring this up is because there was a guy that was just he was the same thing. The exact same thing happened to him within like the last few months or the last year, where the police were on top of him and they were laughing at him the whole time. They were laughing, and he died from suffocation. There was a woman in Minneapolis that she was from. Kyle, that's true. Numbers aren't major, but y'all don't get killed in the manor. Oh yeah. I'm sorry to tell you, but we do. We get shot just like everyone else.
No, I don't think it's that because I was actually going to ask you that question as well. Because and I think maybe it's the way the question was asked. From my point of view, I think from what I know, and again, I'm only basing it on the places I've been, which have been a couple, but but from what I know, generally, when there's incidents with white people and them getting killed by cops, like I said, from my experience, it's generally cops being on their property, whatever the reason is, defending themselves, a meth lab, whatever, but it's generally on their property. With us, it seems to be we're more like taken down in the street like dogs. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you what I've seen.
Yeah, so, well, one, you don't really see white people on the news getting killed by the police. Like, that's not really, like, you don't see it. Like I just said, there was just a white guy that the cops had him handcuffed, and they were on him, and they suffocated him, and he was, all the cops laughed at him while he said he couldn't breathe. It didn't even hit the news. There was a woman from Australia a couple years ago that was in the same city this riot's happening. Someone broke into her house. She called the police and said her house was being broken into. When the cops showed up, she was out in front of her house in her pajamas, and he shot and killed her.
That sounds like the black woman the cop shot in her house when she looked through the window a couple of months ago.
So it's not what I'm saying is it's not a race. The thing that I'm getting to is it's not a race thing. It's not a race thing. It's a police corruption thing. It's a power thing. It's not a race thing in any way.
Well, no. I mean, I agree with that, and I stated that earlier. It doesn't make a difference what the numbers. Look, it doesn't make a difference if it's more black people or more white people or more Spanish people or more Asian people. Like I said earlier, the problem is that we have people out here who's let their authority go to their fucking minds. They've gone batshit crazy, and they think they no longer think they're the law. They think they're above the law, and they think they're judge, jury, and executioner. And
the
end of the day,
go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm waiting for you, Kyle. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Good man. You don't get the benefit of the doubt. No one gets the benefit of the doubt. Like that's what you need to understand. The cops don't give anyone the benefit of the doubt. Like when Jay Doe said, "Oh, well, when do you see black folks with guns?" Okay, so if you look at Virginia, when they went to the Capitol to go against the ban, there was white folks and black folks with guns at the Capitol. A lot of these cities, okay, so if you go and look at all these places where all these black folks are getting killed on the news, they're ran by the Democrats. Democrats are about gun control. You can't tell me that you're gonna get a white person with a gun in a place where they're not for guns is not gonna get treated similar to a person that's black that's not for guns. Like if you go to a southern state where they're about guns, there are plenty of black folks that carry guns around. Yeah, like
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah, like
I'm one of them. I'm one of them. Concealed weapon and all. No lie.
like
I'm one of them.
like this is what like this is the narrative that I'm trying to get. Like, if a lot of these places where there's racism from the police is in Democrat places, and a lot of the cops that are killing people are in Democrat cities. Like, so if you want to say there's any sort of racism that's going to these, then you could put that to the Democrats and their police. But you don't hear a whole lot of places that are not like Republican or don't go so far left that this is happening in. Like,
I will say this in all honesty. Like I said, I've lived in a lot of the states in this country, and I've been to a lot of different countries, and I gotta be honest. I've gotten more respect in Republican-led places than I have Democrat ever. And I'm being honest about that. I'm not trying to pick sides or anything, because
Right.
I really don't like either side. They're both full of shit. But
Right.
but at the end of the day, real is real kept. I've gotten a lot more respect from people and from officers in Republican-led states than I have Democratic. That's fact. I wish I could tell you different, but that's been my experience. And like I said, and I've done the big boys. I've done New York, I've done Detroit, I've done Chicago, I've done California, I've done Indiana, I've done North Carolina, I've done South Carolina. I mean, I've been around. I've been around. I've done Montana. Got more respect out in Montana, and that's crazy because Montana don't like us. Real is real count.
Wow.
But I've gotten even more respect out there than I ever did in New York. So I don't know how to explain that other than it is what it is.
Jado, like, I can show you video after video after video of white dudes getting fucking ran up on by the police, guns drawn on them, them unconstitutionally confiscating their gun. Like, the police do that to everybody.
What are you talking about?
He's saying that I disagree. Not alone. I've seen videos of brothers and white guys doing the same test with an AR-15 walking down the street, and it was a different response.
Oh, again, no. I've seen white dudes walk down the street at AR-15. I mean, you got six cop cars and a paddy wagon, and they all got guns drawn on that dude, and he's standing there trying to tell them about his constitutional rights, and they're not hearing it. I've seen that.
Yeah, it just like there is no blanket statement. There's no like. The problem with the race issue is people want to see it only from one side, but there's plenty of evidence out there that shows that it happens to everyone else too. And you also have to take into account, there's so many factors in these situations. You have the person that's the cops, you have the location that you're in, you have the government that you're in. Like, there's so many variables to that to say that racism is the problem. Like, that's just disingenuous.
Well, the only thing I've ever seen that's been different, and again, it's my experience, guy. I'm can't say it's across the board because I don't know, but from my experience, from what I've seen, I've noticed that when it comes to blacks versus whites, officers have a tendency to use a lot more. How can I put it? I've never seen a black person taken down in the I've never seen a white person taken down in a legal chokehold, and I've never seen them have their knees put in their neck. I've seen them tackled to the ground. I've seen them shot. I've seen them roughed up, but I've never seen, like, you just put a white dude on the ground and you just leave your knee in his neck for 8 minutes. I've never seen that. For me, I think it's a dichotomy of the actions used to get to the end result. Both sides get caught in this nonsense with police, but there's just something different about the way they take us out as opposed to others. And again, that might just be my experience, but like I said, I all the things I've seen, I've never seen, if it's a cop and a white person, they get shot, they get roughed up, they get slammed to the ground, they get tackled, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. But I've never seen an officer literally put his knee in the neck and stay there for 8 minutes to make sure that dude chokes out. I've never seen an officer put an illegal chokehold on a white guy like they did that black dude in Staten Island. I don't see that with them. And I'm not saying they don't take white people out. I'm not saying that at all. It just seems more visceral, I guess, to me.
Well, a lot
but
of
that could be my own preconceived notions. I don't know.
Yeah, but again, a lot of the stuff the white folks doesn't make it onto, like, you can find it on the internet, but you're not going to find it in the media, for one. For two, you also have to understand there's a very big dichotomy in the black community of not respecting the police. Like, there's a lot of non-respect. So at some point, the way you interact with the police is also going to affect the way that you're treated. Like, there's a lot of times that the cops do shit for no reason. But also there's more than one variable. Like, to say that it's just your skin, it's not like that's just an easy out is really what it comes down to.
Well, I'm not sure if it's an easy out or if it's just a fact of there's a and you know what? And what I'm about to say, Kyle, I know you understand because you're Irish. I know this for a fact. You're going to understand it. I don't think it's so much using the color of your skin as an excuse. I think it's the fact. I think it's the fact that for everything that's been done to us century after century after century, even if it was an outlier moment, the visceral aspect just wells up in us. And it brings us to a point that, it's just one more of us we lost. And we're already so minimum to begin with. You know what I mean? And like I said, you being an Irish guy, you know what I'm talking about, because Irish people got fucked up just as bad between you, us, and the Native Americans. Nobody's got fucked over more on this planet. And that's fact.
I'm Native American and Irish. So
and I'm Native American as well. I got Cherokee, yeah.
But let me ask you a question. Okay, so can we all agree that feminism was not for the black woman?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
It never was. It never was. Never was. Never was.
Okay, so we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so you would say it's stupid today for a black woman to believe in the feminist movement, would you say?
Absolutely. I think it's stupid for all women, to be honest with you. But
yeah, but I'm saying specifically black women.
Specifically, I would say yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So who also teaches the narrative that everything comes down to race?
Wait, say that again.
So who
teaches
the narrative that all these bad things happen because of race?
Whites and Jews.
More specifically,
are you saying like liberals, like the left?
Yeah.
Oh well, yes, definitely. Well, yes, definitely.
The same people that said, "Hey, black women, here's this thing called feminism. Let's liberate you." The same people that said, "Hey, here's feminism," and you're like, "Oh, well, that's not good for the black woman." We can all agree that that's not a good narrative. But the exact same people say race is fucking everything. Like, the reason that you didn't get a bank account because of race. The reason you didn't get a credit card was like just that alone is like it's playing into an emotion. Like,
this is true.
That's what I'm trying to say.
True.
Like,
this is true.
Are there bad people that do bad things based on race? I'm sure, but to like everything, like that guy that got shot by those two guys a few weeks ago. I think it was in Texas. He walked into that house and he walked out the house and they grabbed him and shot him.
Oh yeah, you talking about the jogger? Yeah. I know who you talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As soon as that happened, everyone said these racist guys, blah, race. Like, or maybe those two people were just shitty people, and the guy that got shot was black. Maybe race didn't have anything to do with it, but because this idea is put that everything's race, that anytime something bad happens to a black guy, it obviously was race. Like that. Like that's disingenuous.
Okay, then let's play devil's advocate and let's be fair about that, using the example you just gave. If everyone jumps to the automatic conclusion that it's based on race, then how about we take the time for them to prove that it wasn't?
But you can't prove a negative.
How not? How so?
So
because
I'll tell you this exactly.
Okay.
Say I'm racist and I say I have a black friend, and you say that's what every racist says, or you're a racist, and I go my son's black, and you're like, yeah, you're a bad racist. Like I can't. Once you call me a racist or say it's race based, and I'm trying to tell you that I'm not, there's no way for me to say anything to get it to a level to where it's not true. It's saying that something was based on race without an objective answer. Like if I have a shirt on that says "Hang Black People" and I kill a black guy, and you're like, "Guy, shirt, boom, race." But when you see me wearing a white T-shirt and you see a black guy fighting and he dies, and you go, "You're racist." There's no abstract evidence of anything for me to say or do. In that,
I see what you're saying. In other words, it's just two guys who fighting and one killed the other one. There's no guarantee. But what I'm saying is that
on somebody, and you can't disprove your bias of your motive on someone that isn't right. Like there's nothing that you can do ever if you call someone racist to prove that they're not racist. Like,
well, that's true. that's true. But the point that's true. But the point I was trying to make using your example is that they set up cameras in that house. So the question that comes into play is that for everybody who come in and out of that place as many times as they did, why did they pick this one time and this one guy? Now, it's not a question of racism. I'm just saying that it's a question of how can I say? I don't want to say enlightenment. I can't pick the right word, but I'll come back to it. What's up, Red Pill Medicine? You've been sitting there for a minute, man. What's going on? So I'll figure out the words and come back to it.
Okay, so real quick in the comments. So if there was no evidence that race was involved, and then there was no evidence that it wasn't involved, it is disingenuous to say, well, you can't prove he was racist, but you can't prove that he wasn't, so race was involved. Like, you can't do that. Like,
well, actually, I was like in a talk earlier today, and I thought it was interesting that one person had like pointed this out. Actually, the talk was like people mostly on the left, but basically one person said that it seems interesting that a lot of Black people's problems get national attention during election years. And to me, that really stood out. Actually, like, that's true. 2020.
But you know what? That is true. That's fact. And I'll tell you something else. It goes right back to what Kyle said. Generally speaking, it's the liberals who do that.
Yeah.
Because Trump kept it simple. All he said is like, look, you tried everything else. Give me a chance. What you got to lose? He's never said another thing since. But liberals will throw everything out, from misogyny to homophobic to absentee fathers to everything is about attacking Black people. And if you notice, they like to say people of color for everything. But when it comes to
black and brown.
Exactly. But when it comes to physical violence, they always use us as the example. They don't use anybody else. So in that respect, I know for them it's an agenda. There's no question to that.
Well, but this is the other thing that really bothers me about race. Okay, so there's a lot of times like I'll be over in O'Shea's. Like if you go over to O'Shea Jackson, all of his stuff is like the white man,
Mm-hmm.
the white man. And then like they'll say something and I'll get in the comments and I'll be like, or it could just be, people, like I'll be neutral about it. And then like people will be running through on there was literally a comment that I had on his YouTube channel where someone told me that I was like the white people were gonna, like all of us whites were gonna get what was coming to us from what our ancestors did to their ancestors.
But that's how you know they don't know what they're talking about, because if they understood history, they would never say that.
I get that, but this is the point that I'm making. Like the people that come with this race crap so much are the same people that started the KKK. They're the same people that are telling you that women are minority when they are more than 50% of the population. They're also the people that gave feminism to Black women. They're also the people that gave welfare to black folks and had them kick the man out of the house. They're also the man that made the crime bill that put millions of black men in jail. They're also the like all these things that they do are actually like I feel like the Democrats are literally the people that come burn your house down and then come over and be like, them racist white people that are bad over there burnt your house down. But we're the good white people that will give you
but that's what I'm saying about people not taking the time to study their history, because Democrats used to be known as Dixiecrats.
Yeah.
I mean, they were straight up Klan. They went against everything with Lyndon B. Johnson and the whole 9 yards. And the funny thing about it is we've seen two moments in history that, and I'm just speaking for black people about black people right now. We've witnessed two moments in history, one from the 60s and one from last week, that I don't understand why black people would continue to vote for Democrats when they already said what they think of us. The first one was Lyndon B. Johnson that says, if I do this thing with welfare and give them this money, I have niggas voting Democrat for the next 100 years. Those were his words, recorded and all. Yeah. The second thing was last week with Joe Biden. We got a straight up rich white man telling us if we don't vote for him, we ain't black. What the fuck is that?
A lot of people on my Facebook friends that actually agreed with Joe Biden when he said that, and I thought that was really interesting. The other big thing is, I think a lot of people vote the same way, mostly because they're thinking from fear. And when you have fear, you inhibit higher thinking. So you're more emotional, you're less logical. And I think out of tradition, people just keep repeating what they've been doing before.
Yes.
It's comfortable.
Yeah. But this is the thing. Why is it that black people are in fear?
Because of like the media and like what they see repeatedly.
Because every time a black person gets killed, listen, Mike Brown robbed a store and fought the police over a gun and got killed. And the first thing the news media said was he was unarmed, he was shot in the back, and then later it came out that he was totally in the wrong. Totally in the wrong.
Yeah, but here's Kyle, here's the point I would say about why well, at least from my view in the black community, why it's seen that way is because your initial view of something affects how you're going to see it for the rest of your life. Like if you initially thought this is the way it went, even if I tell you something different later on, the fact that I told you the first time you heard it, you're going to see it that way, like more likely.
I know that's why they do that, but this is the reason I'm saying this is because the people that are pushing this narrative that race is everything, all right, they're keeping black folks in fear.
I agree.
And that's the whole, and like, fun fact, if you remember, I don't know how old you are, when George Bush ran, George Bush was considered to be a racist. And then after he went out, when he was done being president, they said Mitt Romney was a racist.
Then John McCain.
And John McCain was a racist. Oh, and guess what? Trump was a racist. Like, how is it that every Republican that runs for president in my lifetime?
To me, the biggest thing that I didn't understand was the Trump thing when Trump was considered, because I always remember growing up listening to rap and R&B songs talking about Trump like, oh yeah, that's what we want to be. We want to be like the money. Like he was basically a synonym for Bill Gates and money. And then now, like even then it was times after the, Central Park 5 where he did that advertisement. Even after that, like he had got awards from the black community about his connection in New York City or whatever he did for the black community then. And to me, it's like, now he's a racist. To me, that seemed kind of odd.
Well, the thing with the Central Park 5 is even the documentary that they released when Trump became president was disingenuous.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is even when we knew that he did the advertisement in that magazine or whatever, people were writing songs like in the early 2000s about, being Trump is like a good thing. Yeah.
You guys know the rapper Mac Miller?
No. I don't listen to rap.
Okay, so Mac Miller was a white rapper that he's from Pittsburgh. He came up at the same time that Wiz Khalifa came up. They went to the same school together. So Mac Miller is one of the guys I used to get high with. His name is Bullet. He got shot back when he was 18 years old, and he has a shot glass size hole in his leg from being shot 3 feet away by a shotgun. That's his first cousin. So when me and him were getting high together and working together, his cousin Mac Miller released the track Trump. That was what got. If you go Google right now, the video of Mac Miller and Trump, that video is what shot Mac Miller into the spotlight of him being able to be like well known. That's what got him on his rise. That's the first song that he got national attention for.
And what year around was that?
2012, 2013.
Wow.
Around that time, 2011.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this, and I don't know how everybody's going to react to it, but there's a couple of things. First of all, as a people, as Black people, and I really don't like saying the term Black. I really don't, but it's the only way to. But as Black people, we've got a hell of a lot of trauma, and I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to equate whether ours was more than anybody else's or vice versa, because that's a false equivalency and it's a stupid argument. At the end of the day, everybody's damaged. But for us right now, we've got a hell of a lot of trauma, a hell of a lot of damage. And speaking especially as Black men, we have no chance to heal properly. We have no chance to get it together. We have no chance to just take a deep breath and sigh for a moment. And whether something like this with Floyd or whoever happens, regardless of whether it's all the time, regardless of whether or not they're pushing the agenda, but the bottom line is we see it, and the trauma comes back every single time. Especially when the vast majority of it happening is predominantly Black men. And I don't mean against other men, but I mean just in the Black community, it's predominantly Black men who are getting killed and treated like that, regardless of how you want to quantify it. But we're damaged, we're broken, and both done to us and what we did to ourselves. If we're gonna be buck, let's be buck. It's not just about what white people did to us. We did it to ourselves too. Because at the end of the day, we can talk all we want about slavery and everything that's happened over that. But since we've had an opportunity to step forward and get out of that shadow, even if not completely, I mean, we still got systemic racism and stuff like that. But nonetheless, we got out of the shadows of what it used to be. And we can't keep falling back on the history of what was done then, because we're here now. I can talk all I want to about my great grandfather being whipped on a post, but I've never been whipped. So I can't use that as an excuse. I have to step up. And more than anything else, going back to something Malcolm X had said himself, there has to be a certain amount of responsibility, accountability, and acceptance when it comes to us as a people, where we have to make our own stuff, where we have to have our own space. We did it in Harlem. We did it in Rosewood. We did it in Oklahoma. I mean, so you can't say it can't be done. The problem is that, like Kyle was saying, with the liberal agenda pushing things the way it is, it keeps us constantly distracted from being able to build that again. I'm not sure if I'm saying this properly because I'm kind of rambling right now, but we can remember everything that was done to us. We can remember the dogs being sicked on our grandmother and grandfather. We can remember the hoses. We can remember the lynches. We can remember the whippings and the rapes and the whole 9 yards. We can remember all that. There's nothing wrong with that. We're supposed to, so we can teach the next generation what it was to avoid it happening again. But there has to be a line drawn in the sand for us now here today, where we have to say, not to be funny, but the line is drawn here, no further. We can't keep using the excuse that everybody's out to get us. We have to get up and we have to do our own shit, because at the end of the day, it kind of runs back to something I had told somebody before. I went in the military. I was gone for 6 years. The same dudes I left 6 years ago were still there in the same spot on the stoop, drinking Old English and smoking a blunt. And then they're looking at me talking about I'm an Oreo because I've changed. And then they talking about the man's keeping them down. But yeah, I don't see a white man sitting on your stoop in your neighborhood making you smoke a blunt or smoke Old English, Old Gold. You know what I'm saying? You had 6 years to get up and do something. And I found you in the exact same spot I left. We have to take onus on that.
Yeah, I agree.
We can't blame that on the white person. We can't blame that on slavery back in the day. At some point, like any other grown adult, you have to draw a line in the sand and say we have to change this, and that's why it's such a big deal with us fighting with black women, because black women like to run that game all the time about we gonna be here for you, we gonna work it out with you, we gonna do this, but yet they sell us out faster than anybody else we come across. And they do it for something as penny as $300 for food stamps. How am I supposed to respect you? Why would I want to be with you? And then you talking about raising up the society. I can't raise a society without you. The same way you can't raise one without me. We need each other. But you want to play this game, so therefore my response to you is fuck you, let it burn.
Well, I want people to remember one thing. They asked Muhammad Ali back in the day. They asked Muhammad Ali back in the day about being black in America or slavery or something, and he was like, I would have told my grandfather to get on that boat. Because of what he went through, I'm able to be here today. Like all good things don't come without pain and sacrifice.
That's true.
That's just what it is. And like to go back and like I don't believe there's systemic racism in America today. I do not believe that. If you want to make a claim about the 50s, the 60s, sure. But as the laws are written today, there's no law that discriminates against one person that's black.
Well, it's not about law. That's the first thing you got to understand. It's not about law. It's about personal preference and personal choice. Now, I will say
that's not systemic. That's not systemic racism.
Actually, it is, and I'll tell you why.
It's not.
It might not be systemic as a system of race or color, but you cannot deny me that is systemic right now as far as it goes for male versus female. Because there is a straight on game plan that the future is female, and there are more women in the workforce than there are men who are able-bodied. There are more women getting
I agree.
Free passes and everything else. So in that sense, it's systemic. It might not be race anymore, but it's still there.
But that's gender. So like I said, I don't believe that there's systemic racism.
I don't think it's as much as it used to be. But I don't think there's any possible to be there.
I don't think there's any systemic. In order for it to be systemic, it would have to be a system that is set up. There is no system. Like a CEO deciding that he didn't want to hire a black guy is not systemic. There is not laws on the books that say that you have to drink in that water fountain or go in that door. You can't come. Okay. Like there is no law. There's no systemic anymore.
Okay. Well, let me try this then. How about being 25 years old, top of your game, and you go in for a management position, and they talk to you on the phone, and they see your name on paper, and then when you walk into the place and they see what you look like, suddenly now the position's been filled. How about when you're sitting in front of the chairman of a board going for a senior vice president position?
How old are you?
He says, me?
Yeah.
I'm 53.
So this was 30 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna give you a more recent one. I'm gonna give you one from 7 years ago. Sitting in front of a chairman of the board, going for a senior vice president position. My qualifications are impeccable. His response to me is that I didn't expect you to be black, nor did I expect you to be able to speak so well. But because you do, I think instead of this senior vice president position, I'm gonna make you a salesman because you speak so well. See, that's what I'm saying to you. It does still exist.
No. Him being racist is not the same as it being systemic.
But you got to understand, it is no. You got to understand, it is. No, hold on, it is systemic because if he's the chairman of the board, he's setting the direction for the entire company. So it's systemically going from the top to the bottom.
Again, as a private business, I can do whatever I want as a private business.
This is true.
Systemic, or if I prefer to only date black women and not date white women, that is my preference. Me hiring someone is based on my preference. Systemic racism would be when you go to the government building and they tell you you're black, you have to wait in the back. You're black, you have to wait outside. like systemic means a system, which would be a government body. It would be something that has to do with the government.
This
A
is true.
person that's racism is a racist person is not. That's not. It's not biased. That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, you're correct.
I'm not saying that race isn't like. I'm not going to say there aren't people that aren't racist or there aren't like there. Like I'm not going to say that's the case, but to say that like the system itself, the system fucks us all. Like that's the truth. It fucks everybody.
True.
Especially if you have a penis. If you have a penis, you're definitely gay.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it really matters if your penis is white or black. I think you're just fucked either way.
But I'll tell you this though. Before we go another step further, let me say thank you
Like what?
for keeping it honest and keeping it real. I was letting my emotions and what I went through make it a systemic thing. When technically you're right. The proper term is not applicable in this case. It's more applicable to you. And then as men, when we correct each other and put us on point, I thank you is in order. So thank you.
You're welcome. Like
I do that to everybody, man. Don't take it personal. I've done it to Oaken on a couple occasions.
This is the thing. So because I've been taking up photography and I've been like watching people that do photography. There's actually a black artist from he's from Detroit. What is his name exactly?
You said a black artist from where?
Yeah, he's a photographer. He's from
Detroit.
He's from Detroit.
Mm.
What's his name exactly? It's like give me a second. I'll look him up and I'll tell you what his name is.
Well, Oaken, you've been kind of quiet. What you got to say about all this?
Well, you know, I agree with him.
Because I know you and I share a lot of.
Yeah.
I know you and I share a lot of biblical aspects on that, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with there not being any systemic racism. Personal, you know, of course, being in smaller towns, you know, I do experience and understand that you have like more of the good old boy club, and I guess once they get their for certain job titles, once they get their people, you know, because of the good old boy club, you know, they won't allow another one in. I agree with the not being systemic. I think what's hurt black men the most is the simple fact of all the jobs and opportunities being given to single black women. To me, is what hurts us the most personally. They get so many more opportunities, and a lot of it's just given to them. There's nothing, you know, that's really earned because you have these women that get pregnant, so they're not even at the job half the time because of whatever female reason they got going on. Mm-hmm. But, you know, you could give the position to a man who's worked and earned, or you can give it to a man, give the man an opportunity who's going, men, you know, we work jobs at hours on ends at a time. We're there more than women are, and we produce more because we can physically do so. I think that's what's hurt us more than anything as black men.
I don't know. Like my stance on it is, I won't rule it out. I haven't, to me, seen overwhelming evidence of systemic racism, but I can't 100% rule it out if it does not exist. And here's why I'll say that. I say that because I think if you are the majority culture, you will want to support more so people that are more similar to you. So, for example, like if you guys heard of Patrice O'Neal, like the comedian, like one good joke that I thought he made a long time ago was about like if a white girl goes missing versus a black girl, you know, like there's probably going to be more advertising, more resources put out for the white girl. No. And I think like when you see like healthcare and when you see like other resources, sometimes I do see a difference.
Okay, so two things here. One, if that was the case, then you would not have. Okay, so if that was the case, then why is it that as a white man I can't make fun of a black woman or a black man, but y'all can make fun of me?
I think that's more of a cultural thing. So I would say there are advantages to being black culturally, yes.
There's
but
advantages to everything.
Financially,
financially is like it's a false argument because 70% of all wealth is lost in the first 2 generations that's passed. Okay, it's 80% within 3 generations. Okay, so the idea that white people have money because all their parents gave them money, that money's gone within 3 generations if that was true. All right.
Well, that doesn't even matter. The fact of the matter is, not every white people got money like that.
Yeah.
There's some worse off than we were. So that's real.
Here's the second part to that. The other night, NPR did a thing where he said that if you're black and you make $100,000 a year, you're 4%. You're 4% of the population.
If not 4% in Black America,
he said population. It was population of the
population overall. Okay.
Yeah. He said white. If you were white and made 10%, made 100K, you were 10%. Now America is 60 to 70% white, and you're white and you make 100 grand and you're only 10% of the population. How is it that white people have money and rich and got it from this by America's crazy racist slavery that they passed all the wealth from the blacks down to their children, and white people are just abundant.
No, yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Like generational wealth like that. That's not what I'm saying is, like, for example, when it comes to medical resources and things, more is put towards what's going to benefit the majority. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it is.
No, because my health insurance, I'm a white guy. My health insurance is from my job. The resources that are given to the resources that are given from the society to people are given to poor people. Like, you take tax money and give it to Medicare. Like, I don't receive any resources for healthcare from the government in any way. Zero.
Well, I think for the most part, most men don't, regardless of what you look like.
Exactly.
Everything's going to women. So women and
children. Single mothers are the bane of it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Resources are not given to white people by the government like that. They're just not. They're not.
No, I'm not saying given. I'm saying there's more spent on it.
Actually, I don't think that's. I'm not sure, but I don't think that's accurate.
No.
In all my experience, I've never seen that, because when I was in New York and I worked as a fraud investigator, the people who were actually gaming the system were Jews, nobody else, and that's real. And that was New York City. And I spent what, 6.5 years in that field. And matter of fact, when I first started, that's the first thing they told me. So it was weird for me because and I've said this before, I'm adopted. My mother's Jewish. Like I said, she's a 4 foot something, blonde haired, blue eyed Jew. So it was interesting to watch the dichotomy of that, to the point that I remember when I first started, I ended up having conversations with her over dinner. She was telling me the tricks that Jews would use on me if they came in there to try to get, welfare, food stamps, the whole 9 yards. Oh, I was top dog in there because she taught me some tricks. but from my experience, what you're saying, I haven't seen any proof of that. Now, don't get me wrong, there might be a certain class of white people who might get that benefit, but white people as a whole, no, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Me personally, I haven't seen that. I know more poor white people than I do anybody than I do rich ones.
I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, so on my taxes last year, I made $42,000. All right.
Okay.
I made $42,000. I paid $5,000 in child support. I paid $11,000 in taxes. So after the $42,000 and some change, I brought home 25 grand. All right. When stuff happened with my kid's mother, she was getting high. CPS got involved. CPS, they were going to give me my child. They told me in order for me to do that, I had to go get daycare. Because I work full time, I have to get daycare. I said, well, since this is an emergency custody thing and you guys are just going to be giving her to me, is there any resources that you guys can help me with? And the lady looked me dead in the face and laughed and said, no, you're the father. They wanted me to pay $800 a month in full for daycare. Now, I pay child support for my son. They will not let me lower my child support payments for my son because it was temporary custody. I could not get child support from the mother because it was temporary custody. And in order for me to get my child, I had to pay $800 a month. And when I went down to welfare, I applied for daycare vouchers. They only go based off what you gross. So I grossed 42, so I wasn't considered poor, but I had to live off of 25, and I had to support 2 children off $25,000. And because I'm a man, they wouldn't let me claim my son. So like every year, I don't get any taxes back. I got $32 or $35 this year in returns after I paid the city of Cleveland their $280 in taxes. So no resources were given to me in any way. And
so this is what I'm saying, because I'm in medical school, so this is what I'm talking about. This is like the prices that people don't see, like when you go in for healthcare and things. This is what I'm saying. If when you look at the insurance prices that based on treatments, the payments are different based on the diseases and the patients that you have, and it varies based on location and all these other different variables. But basically, the thing is, conditions that are more common to white patients, doctors get paid more to treat. So what I'm saying is, there's more, like if doctors are being paid more to treat conditions that are more common to white patients, which are the majority, because you're the majority. So if you're the majority, it's like that would be the most beneficial thing to do because that'll treat the most amount of patients. If the healthcare I don't want to say industry if the healthcare complex is allocating more resources to these diseases and incentivizing doctors to treat these more, that's what I'm saying could come out to some different outcomes for different people.
Well, see, what you're not taking into account there is when you have Medicaid and you have government healthcare, the government tells them this is as much as we'll pay for this.
No, I'm saying with that system, yeah, that system set up is the source of the difference in prices.
Yeah. And my point of it is, you have to be able to make, like, these doctors that take Medicaid and stuff, they have to make their money somewhere. Here's the same idea. America subsidizes medicine of other Western countries. So here in America,
that's not true.
Yes, it is. So
no, it's not. The vast majority of pharmaceuticals and everything we do here in this country comes from China. That's fact.
Yes, it comes from China, but the companies in America that develop those, they pay the millions of dollars to test them, to get FDA approval. But when that medicine gets put into the market and goes to Europe says, we're socialized. We're only gonna sell it for this much. So all the millions and millions and millions of dollars that the company invested to get that money back, they have to charge certain parts of the world that they can make their money back. We don't have socialized healthcare. So we pay more for our medicine than Canada does, because Canada will only sell it at $5. So in order for them to make money, they have to sell it to us for $20 a pill, because every other socialized healthcare, they can't make money from it. That's the problem when you have socialized medicine or things like that. The doctors have to make their money some way. They have to make it somewhere. So it could not be a race thing. It could literally just be the doctors trying to need to make their money so they don't go under.
No, the reason why I say no is because certain diseases, they are associated with certain races. For example, like skin cancer, that's more associated with being white. I mean, it is
That's
technically
racist.
possible,
That is racist.
but that's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. Like black people can get skin cancer, Asians
let me-
can,
No,
but
well,
it's
let me-
more common
Well,
That's
hold
not-
on.
among white people.
Well,
That
hold
is a
on.
fact.
Hold on a second.
That is a fact. That
Hold
is
on,
a
hold on,
fact.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Since we're on the topic of medicine and all that good stuff, and I got you here, Red Pill Medicine. How about this? Jordan Williams wanted to touch base on the difference between handling the crack epidemic in the black community and the opioid epidemic in the white community.
Yeah.
And since you're a medical doctor, and I'm pretty sure you've seen more than the rest of us.
I'm not a
here,
doctor
so-
yet. I'm still in
But-
school.
But you,
yeah, I
but,
see. What,
yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah.
but you're studying it as opposed to us. So what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on it are pretty much very similar to what Dave Chappelle's were. You know, the crack epidemic. Oh, they're criminals. Lock them up. Opioid epidemic. Oh, they're sick patients that need treatment. And I do agree that yes, if you're addicted to opioids, you are a sick patient and you need treatment, and you shouldn't be locked up like a criminal. But I think the same treatment that we have now for opioids, I think we should have done that during the crack epidemic. So I do think that is important. And I think the other thing with the opioids is that, you know, as doctors, when you prescribe medicine, there are times where you receive payment based on the medicine. So sometimes you might continue to give a person the medicine because you're getting paid to give them medicine. And they've even seen if the prices for medicine, certain medicines change, that doctors are more likely to prescribe the more expensive medicine because, you know, doctors will get paid more.
Yeah, but as far as it goes for the difference in the handling of the two, do you see that as a racist aspect on how it was handled with the black community as opposed to the white community? Because like you said, with the black community, it was pretty much lock them up, throw them in jail, yada yada yada. And with whites and opioids, it was more like, let's get them help. They're victims. They're sick. Yada yada yada. Would you consider that to be a sign of systemic racism? Or
for me, that's still the thing where I'm like, I'm on the fence. I'm not going to rule it out. I would say more likely, probably no, because I think the understanding of addiction was very different then than it is now.
How so?
Because back then addiction was seen as a criminal activity, like you should be punished. But now it's seen very differently as a sickness, as a disease.
I'm not sure about that, because where opioids are concerned, and being a medical student, opioids are just a different term for opium. Okay. And opium has been a systemic. It's been a systemic drug problem all the way back to China, where the freaking thing started, and then it came over here. So it's not that there's a new understanding; it's been here all the time.
No. What I'm saying is there's a new understanding of what is addiction. I think it could have been back at that time they saw addiction as criminal, but now we don't see addiction as criminal. We see addiction as disease. That's what I'm saying. Like, does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
So being a fact that I'm probably the only one on this panel that actually has had a drug addiction and actually
I was coming to you next. I just wanted the doctor first. That's all I wanted.
I'm the only one with a addiction that can get skin cancer. Racist. But
go ahead.
No. What I said is you're at increased risk. You're at increased risk compared to everybody else.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, so there's a couple reasons that the crack epidemic was different than the heroin epidemic, and I'll name these. One, the crack epidemic came with a lot of violence. The gangs started selling crack. The first people that were really prominent that were selling the crack were the gangs, who had already had a structure to be able to move crack. Even though we can all agree the CIA gave the crack to them, but a lot of the blood and Crip gangland happened in California. A lot of it came from California and spread across the country. So there was this is also during the 80s when Miami was it was a shootout all the time. The cartels were fighting. So at the same time as a crack epidemic was going on, you had the cartels here in America shooting at each other. So drugs and violence was already put together in the community's eyes, for one.
Okay.
For two, the idea of addiction, people didn't think that it was addiction. They thought it was just you chose to do that. You just wanted to keep doing drugs. They didn't have a concept of a dependency thing. Okay. So over time, people started to realize that you could also be addicted to sex. You could also be addicted to video games. You could be addicted to other things. So the idea of addiction changed. So medically, it changed over those 20, 30, 40 years. Two, there was already violence going on because of drugs and cocaine. So when the crack epidemic happened and there was gang violence, that also made the idea of the crack epidemic worse, because not only do you have people doing drugs, but you also have people shooting each other, which we never had really. Like in the 70s, we had the violence in Harlem from the heroin. Like whenever the violence was associated, that also makes it bad, because there wasn't, America never really had, like, we had the Civil War, and then we really didn't have, like, we had the race riots. Like, it's not common for us to have mass amount of violence.
Okay, well, Kyle, let me ask you this. So what do you think about the difference in the punishment for crack versus cocaine?
Two things. Let me get to the reason why heroin's different. The reason that heroin's different is because during the late 90s, the early 2000s, doctors were overprescribing opiates. And the company that came out with OxyContin said it was non-addictive. So you had a company that told doctors that it was not addictive. You had doctors overprescribing it and making it easy. And if anyone has never done heroin or any sort of painkiller, if you do a strong enough opiate for a long enough time, you will become addicted. After a week or two of doing OxyContin, you will be physically addicted. It's not like it doesn't matter if you're a drug addict or not a drug addict. If I hold you down and shoot heroin into you for 3 weeks and then I stop giving it to you, you will have become physically addicted. So the fact of the crack epidemic is doing crack or cocaine was illegal all the way through. When you go to your doctor and your doctor prescribes you and you start making people into junkies, that's a totally different point of view. For one, it's different. So between the medicine, the violence, and the way that people became addicted to heroin, because heroin wasn't that prevalent that long ago. It was mainly pills. A lot of heroin addicts became addicted to heroin because of pills. People got hurt at work. People had surgeries, stuff like that. They got pills. The government started cracking down on pill mills, and then heroin started flooding in because they had made a market for opiates in America.
Wait, so let me get this right, is to see if this is what you're saying. So the point of what you're saying is the reason why opiates and heroin should be treated differently.
I didn't say why it should. I didn't say why it should be.
Oh, I thought. Is this? Are you saying all this to be? I thought that was your point. No, so that's not your point.
No, you guys said the question was: is it based on race between the difference between the crack epidemic and the opiate epidemic? And I'm saying the clear differences are the crack epidemic at the same time had violence going on with the cocaine boys in Miami. And there were gangs that were selling crack, and there was violence. So that is already a distinct difference, because those things were different. You don't see a whole lot of heroin addicts in TV in the last 10, 15 years just shooting streets up. You don't see the gang violence and stuff that was going on during the crack time. The reason that a lot of gangs got power was because the money that they were getting from crack. So it's a different time and a different lens. Also, heroin is treated differently because science changed over a longer period of time with addiction, and it wasn't illegal to go to your doctor and get pills from your doctor.
Okay, well, so I'll say, one thing I didn't know about was the gang violence with crack. So I learned something. Yeah.
You got see. I was born and raised in New York City, and there are two very distinctive decades for me. the 70s was all about heroin, Son of Sam, and all that kind of crap. And then the 80s was about crack, Bernie Getz, and all that kind of crap. And what you generally saw in the 70s with heroin addicts, and Kyle is right. From my experience, there wasn't a lot of violence, if any. You usually had a tendency to walk by them on the street because they lay in there on the street so zoned out. But when the 80s came and the crack kicked in, oh, there was violence everywhere. There were little kids getting shot in drive-bys. I mean, they lost their damn minds. They lost their damn minds.
Gangbanging didn't become gangbanging until the 80s.
Until crack, yeah. As a matter of fact, that's when they came up with the term. Yeah.
Yeah, like that, and like I said, at that same time, if you go back and watch the Cocaine Cowboys documentary, you had the Mexican cartels bringing coke into Florida, and they were shooting at each other in Florida. So you have cocaine powder guys shooting at each other, and then you have crack dealers shooting at each other.
Mm-hmm.
There was violence tied to that. You can't name any time in the last 10 years where you literally seen dope fiends, opiate addicts shooting at each other in public. You see them knotted out in their car with their kids in the back seat. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same. And the difference between the crack epidemic and the heroin epidemic also was the heroin epidemic started from the pills that were being prescribed. There was no doctors that was giving cocaine, and then all of a sudden there was no cocaine, there was only crack. Like, you had normal people that weren't committing crimes that became addicted to something because of a doctor. So it's different. But, and also the reason it's treated differently was because there was a lot of violence. So automatically when violence happens, like if you listen to any rap song, when they talk about you're making my trap hot, you can't have, like, your trap gets hot from traffic, dead bodies, and gunshots. Why is that? Is it a race thing? No, there's a fucking dead body. The cops want to know what's going on with this body. Why is there a body here? Why is there a shootout on this block? Like, it's not race based. If you want to say it was, the only way you're going to make it a race based thing is the CIA intentionally gave drugs to Freeway Ricky Ross to sell in his own community. That's the only race thing. The way that it was handled wasn't so much the we're going to just arrest them because they're black. No, because if you've ever been a part of a crime, which you're being a doctor, so you haven't. So I'm gonna teach you something. So the way that they get into a criminal organization is they hit the low level and then they move up and they keep moving up. They keep moving up because you can't go to the top. So who is the low level in the crack epidemic? The crackhead.
Right.
Who is smoking crack? Majority of black folks in the beginning. So why would you arrest the black crackhead? Because that's how you're going to get to the dealer. The dealer happens to be black. How are you going to get to the distributor? You got to arrest so it's not, that part of how it was treated was not race-based. Because even now, if you are selling cocaine or dope, they're going to get the low-hanging fruit and keep moving up. If you're white or black, you're going to get, if they're trying to get to the main guy, they're going to swoop you. It's just how it is.
Well, I don't know. For me, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. Because like I said, I've been part of enough things. That's exactly how it works. But I think for my issue, where I look at it from a race aspect, is that you can run the same sting operations on a black group, a white group, and a Spanish group. But at the end of the day, the ones who get the largest and longest jail sentences have a tendency to be disproportionately black, followed immediately after that by Spanish, which were generally Cubans and Colombians. And that's not a guess. That's statistics.
Okay, so CBMT. I'm going to clarify something. You're correct. The addicts were not shooting at each other. Okay, you're right. But the people that were shooting at each other were the people that were selling crack. All right, you have to understand how often do you see the media there being drive-by shootings constantly going on? You don't.
Oh, it was, yeah. In the 80s, it was bad,
like,
man.
Yeah, like that's what you don't understand. At that time, there was like you guys don't remember. You can ask Lawrence. The 70s and the 80s, the crime rates were crazy
Oh my
high.
God.
I wasn't even alive then.
You could, you couldn't. Oh my. Let me tell you something. The way it was in the 80s with crack, every single day, there were 2 to 3 drive-by shootings with gangs, and out of one of those 3, there was always an innocent who got killed, and they were generally little kids, less than 8 years old. Every single time, and I was there for that. I was there for that, and it was crazy because, like I said, we had that going on. We had Bernie Getz going on. We had the AIDS epidemic kick in New York City. I was there for all that shit. It was crazy. It was crazy.
The point that I'm making is the reason that it was treated differently was because there was an insane amount of violence that was also going down, and when people are being shot and people feel unsafe, the government they feel obligated to try to step in because you're not going to get elected if your city just keeps getting more unsafe and more unsafe. People are going to move and they're going to want something different. The same reason a president that has a bad economy, except for Obama, doesn't get reelected. They don't, because people don't want to live through another 4 years of shit. So if you make it appear like you're doing something, you're going to give people the hope and the feeling that things are going to get better. And that's what people vote on. So that's like, you don't see violence like that with the heroin epidemic. You don't, because overall crime rates have been going down.
Okay, so actually, what about with cocaine? Was there extra violence with that?
Actually, there was. I can't speak for the nation, but in New York City and Florida, it was. But that's because the Colombians themselves were some violent ass motherfuckers.
So I would say like crack was treated differently than cocaine. So what about that?
Okay, so the reason that the crack. Okay, so this is going to be great for y'all. All right, the Black Caucus is what proposed.
Oh yeah,
bill.
I heard Joe Biden. He said that. Yeah.
The Black Caucus proposed the bill to make crack longer sentences because the crime in their districts was so high. They wanted to try to stop the crime because people were being killed constantly. So the Black Caucus wrote the bill that made way harsher sentences on crack because they were trying to stop the violence. So how do you stop the violence? You have to arrest people and you have to make sure they stay in prison. That's what that was the way they did that, because the violence was the problem they were trying to get rid of. The reason that crack addicts are treated differently today than they are treated the heroin addicts today was because in the 40 years since the crack epidemic, science has come to the conclusion that disease is not just the addiction disease is something different than just a crime. That's a change. The reason it's approached differently is because of medicine. The idea of treating it has changed in those 40 years. It's not race. It's not a race thing.
So then what about what CBMT said in the chat?
Yeah, he said this is an addict versus an addict conversation. Heroin and crack are both legal substances. The question is, why is one group of addicts treated differently? So again, two things.
Well, I don't think he's talking about the difference between heroin and crack. I think what he's trying to ask.
Yeah, why are they treated differently?
Oh, I thought he was trying to ask the difference between.
I'll put it up on the
black addicts and white addicts. No, you're fine. I just misunderstood. I thought he meant the difference between white addicts and black addicts. That's what I thought. Yeah,
because the reason that it's different is because medicine has changed on its approach, the idea of disease. That is the reason. Like, listen, in AA, all right. I went to AA, all right. There are still people that are in AA that do not like drug addicts to go to AA meetings.
I know.
They want them to go to NA meetings because the idea of being a drug addict for so long was considered to be a crime. But because of the way that medicine and recovery has changed in 40 years, people are doing it differently because of that.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay, so Kyle, like what you said about the cocaine versus crack, you saying the Congressional Black Caucus, yes, I know that that's true, that they did want that legislation to be so that in their communities there would be less crime. Do you think that was justified?
What do you mean?
Like making crack versus cocaine different. Do you think that was justified because crack was more so in Black communities and the Congressional Black Caucus wanted less crime in their communities? Do you think that was like a good decision? Like, do you think that was justified?
Well, hindsight's 2020. All right. So I don't really think it was one way or the other. They thought that it would help their community, so they did what they thought would help. I can't get mad about that.
Well, to me, the problem that I would see with that is, if I was alive during the time, I don't know what I would have thought, because I am born after the time, so hindsight. But my thing is, why would you put cocaine here and crack here, or this way? Why wouldn't you just make them the same? Like, why would you make cocaine just as bad? Like, why don't you make cocaine's punishment just as bad as crack?
No, because it's terror, and I'm going to tell you as somebody who was there. Okay, it's sheer terror. You got to understand. We had people who always did cocaine from Hollywood all the way down. Okay. But what happened with the crack epidemic is that you smoked crack one time and you were fucked. You were toast. You were hooked, and et cetera, and so on. And they were getting batshit crazy. They were robbing their own mothers, their grandmothers. They were breaking into stuff, stealing stuff to get that next hit, the whole 9 yards. And it was happening fast. I mean, when I say fast, I'm talking about like this COVID-19 shit fast. It was going. People were just trying to do whatever they could to stop it from rolling faster and further. Even the talk show hosts gave up all their stupid nonsense and conversations about Oprah Winfrey and all that stuff. All of them started having people who were on crack or formerly on crack or crack. It was bad, dude. I'm telling you, I was there. It was bad. They did whatever they could, and whatever decision they made, whether good or bad, it was like Kyle said. It was from the point of view of trying to save their neighborhoods. It was
I can see that. But still, why would you not make cocaine?
Because cocaine didn't do the people what crack was doing.
Yeah,
that's real. That's real. It was cocaine. When you were on cocaine, like I said, you had your dumb shit you did, and everybody kind of shook it off, took it off, whatever, white powder on the nose. But crack was something totally different. People, when I say crack was fucking people up, you take a first hit of crack and people would have psychotic breaks and never recover from it. That's how strong that shit was, and that was just the first time using it. It was bad. And people were popping it left and right. It was just insane. I mean, people popping it, getting razors, skinning their children alive, cutting themselves up. I mean, it was crazy.
Skinning their children. Wait, what?
When I was in the military in California, we didn't know that we had a soldier and his wife who were doing crack. And one night they had a really bad episode, and a neighbor had called us because they heard screaming, and it sounded like a child. And when we got there, nobody opened the door, and we kicked the door in, and when we got in there, man, the kid was just laying there screaming. They had skinned the kid.
Wait, why would they do that?
Because they took a hit. They had a psychotic break.
They were having a psychotic break because you have to, in the 80s when Coke was coming to America, that shit was really pure. Like they had really, like the 80s had really good Coke. And then when they were taking and they were adding soda to it and they were reducing it and concentrating it to base. So it was super, super, super strong. Super strong. Hard and strong. Like what people don't really get is like people in the 70s, like there were like clubs that like Club 57 or whatever it was. The people went in there and they did Coke all night long, and it was known that they were doing Coke. The celebrity did Coke. You're
talking about Studio 54.
54, yeah. You didn't see the celebrity doing crazy stuff like that. As soon as crack hit, you had women selling their children. You had women that were like selling themselves. You had to where literally
Mhm.
crack hit everything fell apart. Like any part that was the problem. There was so much money being made that you had gangs fighting each other over it.
Mhm.
And
You talking about cocaine?
no, crack.
No, we're talking about
Crack.
crack.
Okay, crack.
Because how it worked with cocaine, you had cocaine dealers, man. You had people who bought cocaine and used cocaine. They'd get high. They might do something like, maybe break furniture in their house or get into fights and shit like that. But that was the worst you got. Crack cocaine, man. Mothers started taking crack cocaine. They started selling their 5-year-olds kids for sex.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, man, I was there. It was insane. Every day was a new fucking story.
When you do coke, any type of coke or crack, you immediately start fiending for it. Immediately. Like you just want more, want more, want more, want more. So like a lot of these dealers, listen, when I sold crack, people would come and they'd buy a 20. And then they'd leave and they'd come back in 30, 40 minutes and buy a 20. And they would do that all night.
And a 20, what does that mean?
So that's the amount of dollars that they would spend.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of like when you get weed, you get a nickel bag or a dime bag, $5-10. That's what that is.
So like you would this is the difference between here's from being from selling drugs and doing drugs. Here's the difference. A crackhead will show up at your spot at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. They will show up at any time, anywhere, and beg you for some drugs. A dope fiend they'll show up. They might show up once or twice a day, get some. They might call you and see if they can borrow some. But a crackhead will literally, there's a video of a crackhead on YouTube where he literally crawls up the side of a house, goes to this dude's window, and is like, "Hey, you got any crack?" And dude's like, "No, you got the wrong house." And he's like, "Well, fuck you." And then he no, you have some crack? Like the people, they're not in their right mind. Like they'll go to houses that aren't even the house that they're supposed to be at to buy crack, and they'll start hassling civilians. It's a way different. It's a way different. Go watch if you ever seen Paid in Full, if you go back and
No, I haven't seen that.
If you listen to the guy that got shot in the head, the guy that actually wrote Paid in Full, he'll break it down into how stuff was back then. Like you had people that were making millions of dollars a month selling crack.
Yep.
And they weren't huge people. Like they weren't bringing in metro tons into the country. Like they were your street dealers that were literally just breaking stuff into 1 gram vials, and they were doing it all day.
Yep.
Like you had your low level people being filthy rich. So there was a lot of violence that went on with that. A lot of violence. And like you said, you had people that were killing their kids, skinning their kids, putting their kids in microwaves, leaving their kids, selling their kids.
Oh my God, microwave.
I forgot about that one, the microwave. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But here's my bigger question, my overarching question. Okay, I hear what you're saying with violence and it's more addictive and had worse outcomes if you did crack versus cocaine. I hear that, but
it's not more addictive. Heroin is for sure. There are some people that can smoke crack and they don't become addicted. Cocaine is one of those things. Some people can do it and they become instantly addicted, and some people don't. Opiates, it does not matter who you are. If I put opiates in your body for days straight, in human trafficking, a lot of the people that get trafficked, they dope them up for days. And then they get into a situation because when you go through a crack withdrawal, it's mental. When you go through an opiate withdrawal, it's physical and mental.
Yep.
So your body naturally produces opiates. Your dopamine reacts as an opiate. So when you start shoving opiates into it, your body stops producing it. So when you stop taking opiates, your body actually goes through withdrawal because it's resetting your nervous system so that your body will start to produce it again.
That's why you will always see more people die from withdrawals from heroin than you will anything else. Because I mean, heroin is that damn bad. It's
but still, like, so this is like still my overall question with the crack and cocaine. So yes, I see crack had a lot of things that I didn't realize, like the violence and all these other things. But you can still make crack from cocaine, right?
You only make
Right.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. So if we're treating crack like here, even though cocaine I know doesn't have all these other things, why not treat cocaine just as bad legally? Why not? What would be what would be like a horrible thing about doing that?
But
here's the difference.
I don't know why the Black Caucus didn't do that. Maybe the Black Caucus snorted cocaine. I can't tell you why they made that choice.
The only thing I can give you is that cocaine comes from the coca plant, if I remember correctly, and it's going to be really hard trying to convince a state or a government or a caucus or whatever have you may to block that completely, because even with the stuff we do nowadays, we still, every human being on this planet eats some traces, ingest some traces of cocaine, whether it be in your chocolate.
Well, I don't think we use it like that, but I do know in medicine we still do use it for like anesthesia sometimes, very rarely. It's still like legally.
But that might be the reason why they didn't go after cocaine, because there's too.
Well, no, it's just regulated. You just have to be like a doctor. You have to be in the hospital, and you have to like somebody has to be about to go through surgery or something to get it.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is do you really think the Black Caucus wanted to go up against those industries? They wouldn't have the power to do so. So they focused on crack.
Are you saying they could have been funded?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that even cocaine, even if you don't take it as a drug, it's still used in the medical industry. It's still used in the baking industry. It's still used in a couple of other industries. The Black Caucus, to stop cocaine, would have had to get the federal government to help them go against all these industries, and that was not going to happen because there's money to be made. Crack, however, has none of those qualities necessary for all those industries. It was just something that was so concentrated, so strong, that the only thing that would happen is you would create problems in your neighborhood, because like I said, you'd have psychotic breaks, you'd have people going batshit crazy and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So in that respect, that's what was damaging the neighborhood. Cocaine had always been there. It wasn't doing shit, but crack was fucking up neighborhoods. So that's what they went for. I can't get mad at that.
It could have been all sorts of politics why they didn't do it. Like I personally can't tell you, but I can honestly say that it's not a race thing, because you had black people come up with the bill and they are the ones that were like, hey, we should do this. And everyone was like, yeah, your neighborhoods are fucked up and you want to do this. We agree. We'll vote for it. Like a lot of the time people like now, does anyone want to make an argument that like the Black Caucus sold out their own people? Maybe, sure. Like maybe there was some bigger agenda that was going on, because we don't know. But I don't think you can say like, yeah, that was racist. Like I don't. Like,
well, no, my thing is, I don't. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying I think the Congressional Black Caucus could have made a decision that they thought like had really good intentions to make their neighborhood safer, but it could have had unintended side effects.
Yeah, but that's everything. But that's what I'm gonna say. Everything does that, so it doesn't make a difference.
Look at welfare.
Yeah. You got Lyndon B. Johnson with welfare. You got Nixon with China. you've got the Clintons with their bills on super predators. They all have consequences that were or were not foreseen. I mean, because if we start getting into that, we'll never get anything done. Because you'd be frozen by an inability to make a decision, because you're always worried about, will this work versus that work. Sometimes you just got to shoot your wad and see how it lands. That's just all it is.
Yeah.
Now whether or not they sold out our people, I'm with Kyle. I don't know. I wasn't there. They could have. And then again, they might not have. But the end result the bottom line is we're dealing with whatever the consequences are today, and that's just all it is. So if they failed, we just got to do better.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not like taking one stand or the other. I'm still on the fence, so I'm like exactly where you guys are too. But that's just some of the things that I go back and forth with when I'm like considering if I'm on one side or the other.
Well, see, this is the thing. Myself personally, I just feel that race should not be the first thing that anyone thinks of, because there are black folks that are assholes. There are black folks that do fucked up shit. There are white people that do the same thing. Like, unless there's a clear cut case of it, like, I don't think race should be brought into it. Or if it is brought into it, it's because there's a narrative that keeps being said. Like, for example, all right, you name any person that gets killed by a cop, even if he's not a white person, he's Mexican. They say it's racism, the racist white cops. But like, there was that kid in Chicago that got kidnapped by those black teens, and they were calling him racial slurs and yelling at him about voting for Trump. And the kid was mentally handicapped, and that wasn't treated as a hate crime.
Oh,
like,
wow.
In my opinion, they clearly stated that it was a race thing while they were on camera doing it. And they were like, that was clear. That was their motivation. But when
I lost my mind. I lost my mind.
Yeah, I haven't seen that or heard that, but that's awful that happened. But Kyle, here's what I would say why I do. I'm not going to say I'm like crazy left wing where I think race is like all important at all times, all 100%. But I would say there are cases where race does matter. For example, like I would say, like when you're admitting people into college and to medical school and to jobs and things. And here's why: because in healthcare specifically, there was a research paper that I read where if you have a black patient or a Hispanic patient, if their doctor is the same race as the patient, those patients are going to reveal more intimate information. They're going to trust their physician more, and they're going to listen to, like, if that doctor tells them to take certain medicines or to stop eating things, more likely than if the doctor was not the same race. So
why is that?
Because the patients trust the doctor initially more because the doctor seems more similar to them, because the doctor looks similar to them. And even for Hispanics, if the doctor also spoke Spanish, the Hispanic patient would even trust the doctor even more, and they would have even better health outcomes. So for that case, I think race should play a factor when we decide who can get into medical school, how many people get into college. So like, there are certain things where I say race should be considered.
So you know what you do? This is what we're going to do then. Because I'm assuming that people would probably feel better with the race that they're with if, the narrative of everyone hates you because of racism. I assume that if that wasn't pushed so hard, it wouldn't be so racially divisive. But this is what we'll do. Starting next year, any black person that applies for medical school automatically gets in.
Boom. No, I would not agree to that. No.
Why not?
No. The reason why I would not agree to that is because everybody that applies to medical school should not get in. Okay? You should have a standard.
But okay, so explain something to me. So if you need to have a standard, how can you get more black people in above that standard without forcing them in?
You don't force them in. Okay, I'll say this medical school that I'm at.
So race, at no point does race mean anything because you have a standard, and if anyone meets that standard, they get in. Race shouldn't be a part of it.
No, this is what I'm saying. That medical schools and colleges and all these places should put resources into increasing, giving more resources to students so that they can make those standards.
Okay, so no.
Here's the problem with that.
Let's just give every black person $1 bajillion to pay for medical school, and that will make them study harder to get into medical school, right?
No. I'm not saying that.
What I was going to say is this, and we'll just keep it as simple as possible. You can do that all you want, RPM. You can do that all you want to. The problem we have here is that the assumption is that you're going to have that many people who are interested in going to medical school.
You're not.
And you're not. We've already established with STEM how that's working out. So so seriously. And here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you right now, for me personally, has nothing to do with color, nothing to do with color at all. But if I found out my doctor got in because of some level of favoritism as opposed to their skill capabilities, they're not touching me. They're not going to touch me, and I'm being straight up honest.
I would
with you.
say that is a good thing to have. Yes, I agree with that. But this is what I'm saying: driving interest into fields that are important, like medicine, I think is important. So,
but it doesn't work. We've already established that with STEM. Money is pumped in every single year to STEM for women and people of color, and it's not working.
What do you mean it's not working?
The amount of money that's being pumped in, as opposed to the amount of people who are actually taking advantage of it, it doesn't add up.
It doesn't. Adding money to something doesn't increase the outcome that you want.
Exactly.
You cannot artificially inflate interest in something through money. You can't do it.
So you can put $1 billion into STEM all you want to cover 50 people, but if only 2 show up, then your statistics are.
Well, I would say I haven't looked into the statistics on that, but I would say to me that's why I got into STEM, because like all the scholarships and opportunities I was given, that motivated me to go into it.
Right, but that's you, and I'm telling you that 9 times out of 10 you're the outlier, or at least one of them. The average Black person.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to talk down about my people, but the average Black people have no interest in the sciences. They don't. For the few of us that do, that's great. And if we can get in, then STEM helps with that, and that money, that's great. But I'm going to be honest with you. When you compare us to Indians, or you compare us to Asians, or you compare us to whites, and et cetera, so we have the least desire for science. Don't ask me why, I don't know. But that's fact.
And I would say, but how would you encourage people to get in there?
How do you make somebody want to do something they don't want to? You can't.
If they I would say you can't make somebody do something that they don't want to do. But I would say if they see people that are like them in that field, I would say they probably will be more likely to go into it.
Okay, so this whole idea of representation is a horrible fucking argument. It's a horrible argument. All right?
Okay, why?
Okay, so Black folk make 13% of the population. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a question for you. When you have a TV show called Blackish and the whole crew's Black, is that representative of the country?
No.
Correct. Okay. So when you watch a show that's all women, is that representative? It's not.
No.
It's not. So like, it doesn't do anything. It makes you feel good. It's virtue signaling. Like, that's literally like, oh, well, our director is a lesbian, transgender, intersectional feminist from India, refugee. And then you watch the movie and it sucks. All that other shit means nothing. Like, whenever you start getting into identity politics, you're just losing any sort of, like, the easier you make it for somebody, the less they're going to work for it.
Yeah, I don't think you should make it easier. What I'm saying is you should encourage. That's what I'm saying.
How do you encourage it? How?
Let me try something.
Well, one thing that I personally want to do is like the college that I went to was not well funded. And what I want to do is when I become a doctor, I want to go back and I want to become a teacher at that college. And I want to give a lot of resources and things that I did not have when I was going to school there. So like, I think doing things like that.
What school did you go to?
I went to school in Mississippi, Jackson State.
Well, see, here's the thing. You can do all that. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's a great idea and it speaks to giving back to the community. But what you have to understand is that that doesn't necessarily mean the community is going to come to you just because you're offering it.
I know, but here's my thing. If I did not give out the things that I learned in medical school, the connections that I have to medical school, if I did not give that, if I didn't present these opportunities, then I feel like I wouldn't be doing everything I could be for people that I care about.
And I
Okay,
understand
so
that. I understand that. That's you trying to do service, and I understand that. But here's my thing:
you're
you
equating two
going
things together.
you going back to that school and you trying to teach or share your knowledge and etc. and so on. Keep this in mind: you're just one man. An entire nation has put money and people and resources to the side to do the very thing you're trying to do, and it's still not working.
This is what you have to understand. Okay, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make that horse drink. For one,
That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
for two, you going and helping out at a college or teaching at a college is different than you saying we need to give resources, we need to give scholarships, because when you say we, what you really mean is taxpayer. So you can't have the government come in and start messing with stuff and think that that's going to equate the same way as you going to a school and then going back and helping the students behind you. The government they're not the government's they're the government. They don't produce anything. They just get money for free. That's all they get. And then they give it out.
No, that's not true. Like the government gives out grants to schools. The government gives out money to do research and research.
Yeah, but see what you felt.
What do they produce?
That money,
research. They produce research findings.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
And
because they give
They
grant
fund.
money.
They
fund.
fund.
They fund those researches, and what you got to understand about grant money goes
Yeah,
right
that's
back to
creating though. Because if there was no funding, I couldn't create that. Though.
It's not, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because it goes back to what Kyle was saying a minute ago. The problem here is with your grants and your funding to make that research possible. That's not something created. That's something they took from men. That's our tax money being taken to give to you or whoever else to go do that research. They haven't created anything. They simply robbed from Peter to pay Paul. That's it.
Correct.
That's it. No matter what program you talk about in this country, it is funded on the backs of men. Because at the end of the day, men put out more in taxes than women ever will. Because women get their money back. Women get their money back right away. Even if they do pay taxes, they got services, organizations, and everything else that they can get that money back from in a heartbeat. Whether it be food stamps, Section 8, whether it be shelters, 6 half for a dozen, soup kitchens. I don't give a damn. But women will never put out what we put out. So what you're thinking is the government creating something to give you the opportunity. It's actually our tax dollars as men that give you that opportunity. They simply took it from us and gave it to you, whether we wanted to be part of that research or not. Because there's a lot of researchers out there that to be damn sure my money wouldn't go to. I give less than a fuck about whether or not what a lifespan of a turtle is or its mating thing. I'd never pay for that.
Yeah,
but that's how it works.
Well, my thing is I'm not really into like the government funding. I'm more so into my own money and like fundraising, like independently. So that will be my thing anyway. Because if you raise your own money, you have more control over it. And if you have government money, then they kind of control and stipulate how you can spend it and what you can do with it.
And
so that would be my thing anyway.
Government money is our money. But again, this is what I want you to understand. It comes down to a mindset. That like the whole premise of this goes back to a mindset. So the crack epidemic, it's racism. No, it wasn't. There are clear things that it can show that this is why it was perceived differently. The crime, the way that they sentenced black folks to crimes for crack. No, it was the Black Caucus that did it. That was your mindset. Well, they need to give more opportunity. Like, I don't think you realize this, but so this is the scale. So like when it comes to being like giving resources or access or benefits or any of these things, the very bottom are white men. White men we do not get any sort of grants, tax fund, none of that shit. Like we don't get that. And then above us is black men. And then above y'all is just women, like black women, white women, children, all that shit's up there. So like when it comes down to resources are given to all other communities before it's given to men. And then it's given to black men before it's given to white men. So like, and that it's not benefiting anything is my point. Like the welfare system isn't making the black community better or the white community better. It's just keeping the same mindset of poor people acting poor.
Okay, with the welfare, I definitely agree with you on that, but I've never really considered that thought of seeing welfare as being parallel to expanding access. I've never considered that thought. I'll have to process that. I'm gonna have to sleep on that and think about that.
It's granting people access to EOP. I don't know what EOP is, my dude, but it's granting access to food. That's what welfare does. It gives people access to food.
But they like already have access to food. It's just, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so Jordan, when it comes down to grants and stuff for college, I'm going to tell you right now, 80% of all grants are given to women. 20% of all grants are to men for sports. There are no grants that are just given to white men. There is not. When it comes to resources from the government, it does not.
Well,
affirmative action automatically stops that in the sense that there has to be a certain ratio of everybody, and there are more white people, so more white people are not going to get that grant. Like white men do not. We cannot rely on the government. Like we cannot rely on the government. That's just the facts. I've literally I know somebody that went down because they got hurt and they couldn't work, and this was back when Obama was president. They went down to get their gas bill paid by one of the government places, and the lady pulled him to the side and said, "Listen, I can't help you because you're." She said, "I'm gonna say this, but if you say I said, I'm gonna deny it. I can't help you because you're a white man. Had you been black or Mexican or you've been another minority, I could have paid your bill."
Wait, what office did you say this was?
He went down to like the heat, like they give you like they pay one electric bill or something if you're in like in a tight spot. This was here in Cleveland. He got hurt. He wasn't working. He couldn't pay his gas bill or something. He went down to get his electric turned on or his gas paid, and the lady told him, "I can't help you. If you were a minority, I could help you, but you're white and a man, so I can't do nothing for you."
I can believe that because I can believe that because I've had officers tell me they can't do it because I'm a man and not a woman. I can believe that.
Like
I've never been in that situation, so I've never had that experience.
And like, listen, I don't care that resources don't go to white men. Like, I don't care. It's not me complaining, but the fact that this is the fact that I'm making. As a white man, I have to be reliant on myself 100%. I can't fall into the nest of the government. The government is not going to help me in any way. And any time that I make $1, they're going to put it in my butt and take that $1. So I just have to figure out how to do it myself. And like, that's the mentality people need to start having. Like when you start getting into all this extra stuff about how all this affects me because of this and that in 400 years, like it doesn't matter. My family were killed by settlers. My family were brought here as servants, as Irish. Like the same thing. My family, when they died, we like literally, I have a watch for my dad and I have like 2 shirts and a coat for my dad. Nothing of value. My dad left me nothing of value. Like most white people don't have money. So
well,
I
think that's one of the main problems that a lot of black people, I won't say all, but a lot of black people suffer from. It's that classic victim mentality. Nobody else has gone through this but us. Nobody else is suffering but us. But the truth of the matter is that the way the system is right now and the way the game is being played, I got to be honest with you, they're coming after all of us. It doesn't even matter no more. They're coming after all of us. They don't give a rat's ass. This is no longer about black, white, Spanish, yellow. This is about have and have nots. That's what this comes down to now.
But see,
And they're using the race card to keep us distracted while they do their shit in the shadows.
this is what everyone has to understand. Everything in this country.
I'm sorry, Oaken, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. You've been dead quiet.
What everyone has to understand, it's a class thing. It's not a race thing. Because you're not no one here is going to make no one on this panel is going to make a clear argument that you're going to tell me that King James gets treated worse than I do. You're not going to say, as a middle-class white dude with face tats in America, that I get better and special treatment compared to King James or Lil Wayne or Birdman or Snoop Dogg. You're not going to tell me that any NFL athlete that you see on TV gets treated worse than I do. You're not.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So what's the difference between me and them?
Money.
Oh,
that is.
So,
yeah.
So do you think that I'm going to have the same problems with the cops? Because do you think that I have $10 million to drop on a lawyer to say, fuck you, pigs? Like, I don't. It's a class thing. Like, white and black are not races. White and black are classes.
But my biggest thing is, I understand that you can't force somebody to get higher in class, you know, like make more money, to be smarter, to get into medical school, to do all these things. But it's like, but don't you, like, people that are at the bottom, how do you help them go up?
You don't.
But if you care about them, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you don't.
I feel like, I know you can't make them do anything, and you can't change somebody else.
You don't help them.
So you're saying the solution is nothing?
The solution is not to give free handouts. That's the solution.
Yeah, that's
Do you want me to know how I can prove this to you?
Yeah, well, I already know, because you're gonna say if somebody works for something, they're more likely to maintain it than if you gave it to them for free.
That's not what I'm gonna say.
No,
you're gonna be a doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
What state are you going to be living in?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. I have a couple years to decide.
Okay, so when you get done, all right, you get done, come to Ohio and practice in Ohio, and I will come to you personally as a doctor, all right? And I'm going to tell you the reason that my hand's broken is because I slammed it in a fucking car door and I need painkillers. So then you're going to give me painkillers, and then I'm going to come back 2 days later and say that I lost my script. And then you're going to say, I really can't. I'm like, but come on, doctor, I really need it. And then the next week I'm going to come in with a broken toe and I'm going to need painkillers. Are you going to keep giving me painkillers because I'm in need? I'm hurting. Are you going to help me?
See, we talk about this situation all the time. That's hard because I would say no, because I know you're, going to just be abusing it. But it's also like, if I see a patient in front of me that's in pain, I am taught that I am supposed to believe that you are in pain. I am supposed to believe that. So that's like, it's two conflicting things that I'm taught, that it's like,
it's not.
It would depend on the situation. That's a hard question.
It's real simple. If a person that you can clearly tell is a fucking drug addict comes in and asks you for drugs, he's suffering. He needs drugs, right? He has an addiction. He's sick. Don't you want to help him feel better? You could end his suffering by giving him drugs. You just write the script and he's going to feel better. Right?
Yeah.
So why aren't you just going to be writing scripts for all these people that want drugs because they're sick, they're hurting?
Because you don't want to take advantage of somebody's addiction.
How are you taking advantage if they're asking you for the drugs?
Well, because I get paid for it.
But you're still helping me. I'm going to pay for the drugs out there either way.
Yeah, but whenever you give medicine, you have to weigh the good and the bad. And at some point, I would say the bad would outweigh the good by continually giving you your prescription.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I feel for you, RPM, because the things that Kyle are doing to you right now is exactly what my professors did to me when I was at Boston University for pre-law. No, for real, for real. I remember the first day sitting in there, he told us to look left and right, and you thought he was going to give that whole thing about these people won't be here, but that's not what he did. He said, look left, look right. He said, I could tell you that half of you won't be here, and it may be true, but the truth of the matter is you're going to learn real quick the difference between justice and law, and if you're here for justice, then you need to leave. I remember that day. That is burned in my brain permanently.
So this is what I'm telling you. As a drug addict, I would say I'm at the lowest of the low. It can't get much lower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we can agree that drug addiction's a sickness, right? It's an illness.
Mm-hmm.
It needs treated, right? We can both agree that that's probably painful and sucks, right?
Yeah.
So why would we just not give drug addicts pills? Why would we just not keep giving them pills? Because if we keep giving them to them, they're not in pain, right? And maybe we give them enough pills, they'll decide to get tired of the pills and they'll quit doing them, right?
No, because
Why not?
Because you're not solving the root of the problem.
Well, no, I am. The problem is I am on drugs and I don't have drugs, and I'm coming to you to give me drugs to alleviate the not having of drugs. That's the problem. That's why I'm talking to you on trying to get drugs.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I would not give you like drugs all the time like that. No, I wouldn't, because that wouldn't be responsible of me. But
Okay,
I'm just saying, like.
So this is
Yeah.
what you do. So then why, if you're not going to give a drug addict who's in pain, who has a disease, drugs all the time, why would you go and give poor people or disadvantaged people more opportunity than they could ever use all the time, every day?
Well, you wouldn't want to give it away for free, because if you did that, it wouldn't be effective.
What's a scholarship? What's welfare?
Somebody has to earn it.
You can earn a scholarship by being black. You can earn a scholarship by being a woman. You don't have to have a high bar to earn said thing. I have to work.
That is true.
Hey, listen, I have to work you pretty hard to get you to be convinced to give me these drugs. I'm working you real freaking hard trying to convince you to give me these drugs. How could you say I didn't earn it?
I would say you didn't earn it because it's still my choice to give it to you. Like, you can't force me to do anything. I get to choose if I'm giving you the prescription.
But you're a doctor and I'm in pain. So you should feel morally obligated to help someone that's in pain and someone that's sick.
Yeah, but as your doctor, I don't do what you want me to. I do what's best for you.
Yeah, and not being in pain and sick is best for me, correct?
Yeah, but I wouldn't give you what you're wanting. I would treat you differently.
Yeah, you would give me what I need, not what I want. And what I need is some opiates in my body. So chop, chop. I was hoping to get some Opanas or something, but I'll take Vicodin. I'll settle.
No, no, I would not. No.
The reason I'm doing this is because I'm using your exact same logic when it comes to helping disadvantaged people. Just because they're disadvantaged doesn't mean it's good to help them. The reason that drug addicts get sober is because life gets hard. You're not going to find a drug addict. Like if you go and give a drug addict $500 every day, why would he get off drugs? Why?
I see what you're saying. The only time people would stop making the same mistake is once they hit their head on the floor, you know. Yeah. People
don't change without pain. So you have to feel enough pain for the pain that you're feeling to outweigh the fear and the pain of change.
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I've taught my children, and I taught anybody who comes across me. There has been no greater teacher in this world than pain. Not one. Not one.
Like the reason that you can't just be giving people money willy nilly.
Oh yeah, I don't give money. Yeah, no.
No, but you just you to start this off. You asked, well, shouldn't you help on? Shouldn't you help poor people? Shouldn't you help poor people get rich? No, you can't. Like, you can't take a homeless guy and put him in a house and expect him to be able to take care of a house.
Correct. Yeah.
Like, by someone lacking something and you giving them the thing they're lacking, it doesn't benefit them. I don't know whose feedback that is. There it goes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I definitely agree with you on the welfare and that kind of thing. But seeing that as in, like,
it's the same idea.
Academically, I've never, like, I'm telling you, I've never considered that till just right now. But it's like to me, I grew up in that kind of situation, you know, and I was able to get out of it, and I'm grateful, you know. But I think that like the household I was raised in wasn't the same as everybody else's. So maybe there was something about how I was, like, there was something I experienced when I was growing up that other people didn't.
All right, so let me flip this around on you. I'm gonna come see you as a doctor. I'm gonna come. You're gonna give me your name. We're gonna assume that your name is just a basic generic name. It isn't necessarily couldn't tell one way or the other what race you were. And you walked in, and I go, you're black. Could I get another doctor? Like, I'm uncomfortable with you. And
I would say yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Wait. I don't. It's not because you're black. Like, can you tell me how high you like your grades in college? Like, could you tell me like how high your SAT was?
I would say that's fine. Yeah, I would tell you my scores if you wanted to know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I actually did that, Kyle. I did that to an attorney for real.
The reason I say that is because when you do affirmative action and you give people a benefit based on their race, you're disqualifying how hard they worked. Now, mind you, you might not have been affirmative action. You might have just been a guy that grinded his nose to get into school, and you could have been poor as shit, eating a thing of ramen noodles every day. But the fact that everyone out there knows that affirmative action is a thing, and you're pumping money into communities and you're pumping money into schools to get more representation for black doctors, then that discredits all the black doctors. Because now people are going to have the idea, did you get here on your merit or did you get here because you're black? Like, that's the problem when you start.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And here's why I'll say that. Because I have a cousin who's also a doctor. Well, he's pretty older, but people come to him at his clinic that he works at because they know, he graduated from Columbia, which is a top medical school in this country. And to me, my medical school, I don't think is ranked that high, but it's in like the top 25. So I think that's pretty good. So I think when you look at, for medicine specifically, they look at more so what school did you graduate from rather than you're black.
I got a question for you. So what school did your cousin go to?
He went to Columbia in New York City, that medical school.
So Columbia doesn't have affirmative action program?
No, he went.
Like they don't.
Was the thing.
What is?
Like he's older. Yeah, no, the year he graduated was like 1972. That's the year he graduated.
Affirmative action was passed what, in the 60s, 70s?
I believe 69.
So if you go look at if you go look at a guy named Steven Crowder, he did a Change My Mind where a woman was at if I remember correctly, she was black. She was at a school and she made a comment to him about how she didn't feel like she deserved to be there. And I think he said that affirmative action's racist, Change My Mind. And she was trying to make the same argument that you're making about, some people and some things and some, like, always trying to give these whimsical answers to give people the benefit of the doubt. And she was doing the same argument you were doing. But then she said, that she made a comment about how she felt that she didn't deserve to be there or something. And it pretty much came down to, in her head, she thought that people thought she was there because of affirmative action. And she wasn't.
Yeah, like to me, I've never thought that. I've never thought that I didn't deserve to be where I am. And I do think I worked to get to where I am. But what I'm saying is, I think if you do give access to people, okay, this is just what I'm saying. Okay.
What is access? Define access.
Basically, the same educational resources to all people. If they have access to these same kind of, the quality of teachers, the quality of like the books that they're getting while they're in college is not the same.
You can't have equality. That's impossible.
Well, no, but here's my thing. Here's the problem that I would say. Like in the first week of medical school, this is one thing that they taught us that I didn't know, which actually kind of makes sense. They said there's a statistic that 75% of the people that get into medical schools come from families that are upper middle class or above. So if you have like all of these people that come from these kind of backgrounds that were in private schools their lives and had all of these things all their life, competing to get into medical school with people that don't have that, like,
okay, so by you being upper middle class or middle class and going to medical school does not mean that you went to private school. That's your reason.
I talked to a lot of my friends that I'm in medical school with now. A lot of them did.
You do know that your friends are not a representation of society, right?
Yes, that is true, but they are representative of the people that got accepted.
They're representative of the people that got accepted that you talked to.
Yes.
So how many people are on your campus?
Well, in my class, there's 142.
How many friends do you have?
Like, I would say about 50 that I talked to.
You're friends with 50 people and they all went to private school. That you're gonna stand.
No, not all of them. No, not all of them.
You're gonna stand on that.
No, I said not all. Not all of them went to private.
Okay, so if 30 of the 50 went to private school and there's 150 people, that's 1/3. That's still 2/3 that didn't go to private school. Like that's not a majority. Like that's not an issue.
Well, because the other 100 or so, I don't really talk to them. I don't really know them.
So what do you do? Like, because this is what you have to understand. You're not going to make quality. You're not going to make a quality of outcome. If that was the case, then you would be going to the same school your cousin went to because he's getting access to the same teachers.
See, that's the problem.
You're going to.
Okay, I would agree that I do not want equality of outcome. I do not want that. Even equality of opportunity, I don't even think that's possible either. But what I'm saying is,
you have quality of opportunity.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you go to school, so you all have the ability to go to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we all have the ability to graduate, right?
Yes.
We all have the ability to apply to college, right?
Yes. But no, this is what I'm saying.
That's your opportunity. You have the same amount of opportunity as everyone else.
No, this is what I'm saying. Like when I was in high school and the ACT score that I got and the scholarships that I got, that's not the same that everybody else was able to get. Like everybody can't get the ACT score that I was able to get. Like, so if I got scholarships throughout all of college and somebody else had to work and had to pay along the way for college, then applying to medical school is going to be easier for me since I'm not worrying about anything versus somebody that had to work while they're in school.
Yeah, but see, at the end of the day, though, then what Kyle said, it rings true. What it is that you had an opportunity and you did better at the ACT scores than somebody else. So you earned what you got. Why would you expect somebody else who didn't and have to work? That's just the way it was. I'm a little off on what you're trying to say, I guess.
Well, what I'm saying is like,
what was your score?
It was a 27, and that was like the 89th percentile, so like top 10% around there.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go back to you. I'm gonna go back to the year you graduate high school, and I'm gonna write the school you went to, and I'm gonna tell them, the ACC people, to give all the people that did not get the same score as you, and tell them to make them get the same score as you.
Okay, I would say that would not work, and that wouldn't be the purpose of the test. The purpose of the test is to rank people.
Okay, so if you're ranking people,
then you can't be doing equality.
Then you can't do equality, because you're saying that some people have to get pushed up if they don't deserve it. So
or some people are better than others. But that's not equality. That's merit.
Yeah, like you can't do both.
No. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not for equality of outcome. What I'm saying is, if I was able to get like this score that gave me a scholarship, right? There are some people, I don't know what their living situation was when they were in high school, because a lot of people, they go through things that I did not go through. I don't know what other people went through. Maybe they weren't able to get the same kind of score I was because of their living conditions.
Oh, so they should because of that, they should be given the same score as you.
No, what I'm saying is the reason why life is harder for them is because they've had obstacles that I don't have. So I can't act like, the reason. So basically what I'm saying is I can't say, oh, my score is higher than yours because I'm smarter. My score could be higher than yours because my home was more stable. I'm saying it's not just me contributing to my success. It's other things outside of my control that also contribute to my success.
You're talking about the environment affecting the overall outcome. But see, here's the problem with that. But even if you are saying that, you're still doing the same thing. You're looking at equality of outcome. And it's still not going to work, because at the end of the day, whether you had a better house and somebody else had a worse house, you still have the same opportunity. That's what equality is about, the opportunity. If you're saying to me, because you got a better score and you got in, and somebody who had a worse living condition didn't get in, then that's life. It's messy.
No, what I'm saying is the opportunity is harder for this person versus mine.
It's not harder. No, that's a fallacy. Because see, here's the thing about equal opportunity. Equal opportunity doesn't care about environment. Equal opportunity doesn't care about your color. Equal opportunity doesn't care about your gender. It simply sits there and waits for the right person to come get it. That's equal opportunity. What you're talking about now is because somebody had a worse lifestyle than you, you want them to have the same opportunity as you. That's not not the same opportunity, the same outcome, and that's not going to be the case. Because you had a better lifestyle and you made it in. Now because somebody else had a bad lifestyle, just because of that, you're not working on merit. You're working on sympathy. And
no. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying yes, it is just that they have an unequal outcome. I'm saying yes, I agree with that, having an unequal outcome. But what I'm saying is, I could be an example. I could be a resource. I could be something to help others, to make their environment influence them to have a better outcome potentially.
You're literally taking a bunch of like soft ass women ideas and trying to merge them into a logical conversation, and it's not working, because you have two things. They had the same opportunity. If you want to fix that opportunity, then this is what we can do. If you didn't have a stable household, we can give every single person that has a single parent household 800 points automatically on their test. Boom. Fixed. So guys like you that have a stable household actually have to work harder compared to the people that have a single household because they're getting 800 points on their test and you're not.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying changing the outcome should be a thing. What I'm saying is, like,
what? Take them out of their house and give them two parents? Like what are you going to do to fix that? There is nothing you can do.
I would say, like, to me, what I would want to do is to try to be a resource to, like,
No,
have a positive impact.
No, I get what you're saying, and you can do that. You can take yourself and make yourself a resource and have an impact on somebody's life that hopefully you can get them to achieve the same measure of success you have. But what you have to understand is that the tactics you're using to get there are not going to work because they can't. The very nature of them proves they're not going to work. And we've seen far too many examples, both privately, personally, and from a business perspective. It doesn't work that way. When you being a guiding light to someone is good, but that's all you can be, is a light. After you get past being a light to them and showing them the path, they have to walk that path. You can't make it easy for them. They have to go through what they go through to get there. That's why I was saying to you, it sounded like you were talking more about quality of outcome than you were opportunity. Opportunity is them coming to you, you explaining to them what's necessary. They take that information from you, then they go do it. Now, regardless of where they came from or how their house is irrelevant to you. It means nothing. The job to achieve is on them.
Like this is the problem that I have. This is the problem I have with race. All right, this is the problem I have with the race issue. So if you live in California in the hood and you're black, you're probably going to live in close proximity to the same type of person that's Chinese that lives in the same type of environment. All right. But when you go to apply to Harvard, you get 200 points for being black or 250 points for being black, but Asians get minus 50.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the problem that I have with you trying to justify helping certain races because of certain things like that. Like it's not, you can't make it fair, and you're actually making it more unfair.
Yeah. Because
shit up.
Yeah, because now you're talking about reverse racism, because the reason why Asians get negative 50, say for like medical school, is because everybody expects Asians to be good at it. So they'll compensate for the minus 50 points. That's reverse racism at the end of the day. I mean, you're penalizing somebody for being good at what they do.
Well, no, see, that comes back to the reason why I said I do think for admissions, like college and medical school, I do think race should be a factor, because it has been shown that, the race of the doctor for certain patient populations produces better health outcomes, like for Blacks and Hispanics. That is a fact.
That's great. Okay, so that's great. So let me get this straight. You think that they should think, oh, we need to get more black doctors in here for the 13% of the population. So we're going to help get them in there, so that they can choose to take their doctor's advice or not. Like, even if you do that, you're still not looking down to the fact that the person has to then take your advice. And if they don't take your advice, you're disadvantaging someone else for the possibility of someone getting better health care because they listened. Listen, I don't personally believe that there should be a thing on the bleach bottle that says don't drink bleach. I think if you're dumb enough to drink fucking bleach, then you need to drink the bleach, and just like the survival of the fittest has not been going on for too long. We've become so worried about the sensitive and helping people and stroking their ego, and everyone's pretty and you're not too fat and you're good. We're all special. Like, we're doing that for so long that we're making society bad, because we are propping up bad traits in people and propping up stupid people.
But here's my thing. If you already have these traits in existence, you have to deal with the conditions that we're in right now. We can't just ignore the conditions that we're in right now. Yes,
we can.
What conditions are you in right now? It looks like you're in a nice apartment. I don't see you. I don't see you living in the hood. I don't see you having some racist cop kick in your door. I don't see that you don't look to be like you're malnourished. Like, what thing do you have to not ignore?
What I'm saying is, like, when it comes to outcomes for different patient populations, if we know that having a doctor of the same race makes a difference, then we should accommodate for that. We should take that into account when it comes to hiring, when it comes to medical school education and college.
No, no.
Okay, so any
okay.
black person that applies gets in.
No, no, no. You still have to have a standard, but you have to.
You can't
make
have
it-
both.
Yes, you can. You should have a balance.
You
can't-
cannot have you can't have you can
you cannot create equal opportunity without it being merit based. Anything outside of that, you cannot bleed them together. It will not work. It's impossible. That's why we have the problems we have now, because everybody's theory of being equal opportunity, they're really talking about equality of outcome. That's why we have the shitstorm we have now.
Okay,
because because nobody's doing anything on merit.
Okay,
Now,
the reason why I say you can bleed them together is because, well, medical schools do it right now, and I'll just give you like some. These numbers aren't like 100% accurate, so just like work with it.
Explain just before you tell me how magical that they're doing it. Tell me how many medical malpractice, like how many medical accidents happen during surgery per year? How many people die from the fucking up of doctors? Just give me a
okay. Well, to me, I don't know that.
Hundreds of thousands of people die every year from a doctor fucking up. And you know probably why that is because they don't have a standard and they're worrying about people getting in based off their race and not their merit.
No, I would not. No. To get into any surgery in this country, you have to be like the top percentage of students in the country for medical school. So like they're not just letting anybody be able to do surgery. And not only that, it's a team.
You're telling
there's many people in there.
You're telling me that affirmative action is not part of surgery. You're telling me that there is not a quota. You're telling me right now there's not a quota.
For hiring for residents, no.
So
legally,
you're telling
that I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of.
So
no.
you're telling me right now that if someone applied at a hospital to be on the surgical staff and all the best people were white, that would be okay. In Cleveland, in an urban city, Metro Hospital, Cleveland Clinic, right now, all the people white, the best people for the job, all white. That would not be a problem.
I mean, if those are the only people that apply, then that's what the outcome would be. If those are the only people that applied and those are the top, that's the only outcome that could be.
I don't think you believe that. There's no way that you can believe that. There's no way. Because you just said representation earlier. Like you literally said representation. And then like I make an argument like, oh yeah, affirmative action. Like you like there's no way.
Well, at this stage in the game, it looks like it's an impasse.
Yeah.
It looks like it's an impasse. But I will tell you this. If you legitimately have a way to combine the both, and I'm being honest with you, I sincerely doubt you do.
So
but if you do, I would love to see that.
So I'll give you the basics, okay, of like how the MCAT test, the medical school test that you have to take to get into medical school, how it works. So it's the average is 500, and the score ranges from like 472 to 528. So the further you are from 500, the further you are from average. The number you need to like be like 95% chance of like graduating medical school and not failing out, not dropping out is like probably like around 500, around the average. The average to get in for everybody of all races is like 510. For Black people, it's like 504. For Hispanics, it's like 508. For white people, it's like 511. And for Asians, it's like 514 or something like that. And yeah.
Wait. You said 510. You said 510 was what prior to the race?
The average for all races that get in
is 510.
Yes, about that much.
And Asians have to be a 514.
Yeah, around there. Yeah.
You're right. This merit-based non-racial thing is perfect. It's fucking great.
But what I'm saying is everybody that gets above 500 is like pretty much going to graduate and be a good doctor. So you can't just get into medical school if you are Black and you apply and you have a 472. You're not going to get in. You still have to meet at least like the 500 to like be guaranteed that you're going to graduate and not drop out. So I'm saying you should have a standard, but whether you have a 504 or a 514, in medical school, the stuff on this test, a lot of it doesn't matter. The only reason, once you're over 500, that means you're going to pass, you're going to be a good doctor. The difference between a 504 and a 514 is this person studied more hours for stuff that we're never going to use in medical school, and we're never going to use for patients, and we're never going to use ever. The only difference is,
so then why do Asians,
you work harder and you're going to get into a higher quality school.
Then why did Asians need it in Black STEM?
Because Asians,
so let me get it straight.
Asians that can achieve that is higher. Is more Asians that can achieve that into not have an abundance of Asians in medical school.
Because Asians are smart and Black people aren't smart. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying Black people? Or are you saying that Black people won't work hard enough to make a 514?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. If you look at the income, Asians make more than every other race, so they have different environments. So like they may have doctors in their family, they may have better conditions that they're raised in, they may contribute to their higher scores.
So let me get it straight. So Asian people might have more money, or someone that they in their family might have more money. So because they could have more money, and Black folks don't have any people in their family that have money at all, because all Black people are broke and don't have money. Black people get the lower score, but Asian people could possibly don't know, but could. They need to work harder. Makes sense. Totally not racist anyway.
What I'm saying is that system that is in place right now.
That's a horrible system.
I mean, that's the system that's in place right now. That's a system I would say where you have to meet a standard, but it varies for race to try to get a certain percentage of students in.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Knowing that now, I'd rather have an Asian.
But I'll tell you this: my MCAT score was not average for my race, so I'll let you know that.
But I don't care. Knowing the fact that an Asian has to have around a 514 to make it in, and a Black person has to have a 504, and a white person has to have a 508 or whatever it is, or 510. I would rather have an Asian, because you just said that the Asian learned a bunch of stuff that he didn't need to know, that you weren't going to use, but he worked harder when he didn't have to know that stuff, which means that when it comes to him taking care of me, he's going to more than likely not dick around, and he'll work harder for me. And
I'm telling you this,
won't learn that stuff. And they'll be lazy about it, they might be lazy with me.
That's a fallacy, and this is why I'll say that.
How not?
We're talking about averages. The average Asian needs this higher score. You don't know. This Asian that you're talking about could have got a lower score than me. You don't know this one individual score. We're talking about averages, not individuals.
But statistically, I would rather have an Asian than a white, or an Asian than a Black. If I know the Asian has to have the highest number, I want him.
And it was
but the thing is, you don't know that particular individual.
You
don't know.
But see, here's the.
I'm gonna base it off his race.
Here's
I'm gonna base it off his race, like that tested. I now know that whites don't have to have a highest score. Blacks don't have to have a high of a score. I know that Asians statistically have to. So I'm going to probably be better off choosing an Asian than any other race by the numbers.
And here's the thing. Statistically speaking, it's been proven, and it's been done over and over again, that the average Asian is statistically our top. so right there at the game, there's a disadvantage. And I'm gonna tell you right now.
What do you mean our top?
Generally speaking, Asians are overachievers, statistically speaking. And what they consider to be average to them is what we consider to be top level. So that speaks a hell of a lot to them and their capabilities. And with that being said, again, if we're talking about this being about a level of being comfortable with people who look like you and et cetera and so on, I'm gonna tell you right now that if push came to shove and people had to choose, they will throw out whether or not you look at them a hell of a lot faster if you're one of the top dogs who are going to cure them. And I'm not taking away from what you're saying about being more comfortable with people of your own kind, but realistically, nobody's coming into the hospital to look for somebody who looks for them. They're coming into the hospital for somebody who can save them, and they want the best regardless of what they look like. That's why I'm having trouble going along with what you're saying.
The reason why I disagree with that is, I would say this. A lot of people that come. Oh wait, hold on one second.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, I don't like a female doctor. I don't like having a female doctor.
I agree. Because that's the thing to me. When I go into the doctor's office, I'm looking for the best doctor. I'm not looking for the doctor who looks like me.
I don't like having a female doctor just for the fact that like 9 times out of 10, if I'm going, it's bad, and you're probably going to see my wang, and I don't want to be in a situation where I have to have 3 doctors in here with me because
it's not just that. It's just that at the end of the day, I don't want a female doctor because she doesn't understand my body. The same way I don't think women generally want male doctors. I want somebody who knows my body. A chick is not going to be able to tell me what's wrong with my nutsack because she ain't got one. She can't explain it to me properly. She can go through all the medical jargon she wants to, but that's all she's doing. She's quoting shit from a book. A dude who walks around for 50, 60 years with the same package I got can speak to me a lot better.
Yeah, trying to like I don't think a woman would ever tell him. Like, I don't think a woman even knows that you can sit on your own testicles. Like, I don't think they know that.
They don't. They really don't.
Like,
what's up, Oken? We've been quiet all night.
Yeah, bro, I need you to come in with that fire.
Well, I think I heard speaking about the Asians and all that. The thing is that when you're talking about education and
sorry about that. My alarm was going off.
It's okay.
When you're talking about education with them, they push to be the excellent that they can be. It's ingrained in their culture. And nothing is accepted less, whereas here it's much different. Mediocrity is accepted here on a level that it's not.
Well, but here's the other thing that I want to say about the higher test scores. Like, a test score does not mean you're going to be a better doctor, because like I'm telling you, a lot of these things on the test are not used in real life.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
But this is what I want you to understand. What I want you to understand is, I don't care if you're going to be a better doctor. All right. When I have a gunshot wound, all right, and I'm dying, okay, the odds of me surviving are 50-50, let's say. So when I get wheeled into the hospital and I'm still conscious and I see a black doctor and I see an Asian doctor, all right, and I'm already at 50-50 of making it or dying, all right, knowing that the Asian doctor had to learn a bunch of extra shit that he didn't need to know to get a higher score in that test means that he will overachieve, I'm hoping, on my body. The black guy didn't learn that stuff. The white guy didn't learn that stuff because he didn't have to learn that stuff. So he's a lazier person. So I don't want a lazier person working on my body, is my point.
So to me, the reason why I'm saying that is still a fallacy, why that's not logical, is because regardless of their test score, you don't know them individually, and then you don't know which one has more experience. Experience teaches better than a test.
Okay, real quick. Not to be rude, but we're talking in circles. We really are. We're talking in circles now. And the second thing is totally cut Oken off while he was talking. Go ahead, Oken.
Well, I only thing I was just saying was, that here, especially in Black American culture, mediocrity is celebrated, like you were getting at Lawrence. Whereas in Asian culture, it's not tolerated at all. You're expected to excel. Nothing less is accepted. You have to, because that is what is expected of the culture. Whereas in Black American culture, that's not expected. I think that's a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. Mediocrity is totally celebrated here, and the thing that scares me about Black people in this country is that, and I'm not saying it's all, but you got to admit the vast majority go out, they go to achieve something. They don't put the level of dedication or strength into it that most others would. And then when it don't work out the way they want to, they want to claim victim. And I have issues with that. And that's why I was saying to you, RPM, it's not that I was trying to cut you off. It's just that, we spent about almost 2 hours now and we're just talking in circles. And we have to come to that point in time where we have to agree to disagree. I think your game plan and what you're trying to do is to be applauded. I really do. I don't have a problem with what you're trying to do. I really don't. I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think you can achieve what you want to do sufficiently. And if you do, great. I'm happy for you, without doubt, no question whatsoever. I'm never going to take away from a man who achieves something. But if I have to be honest, it's a great dream, but I don't work in dreams. I work in reality. And like I said, if you can motivate somebody in the future and get them to take that next step, again, it's to be applauded. But realistically speaking, looking at how people carry themselves, especially people of color, who think that 9 times out of 10, it's not something to be worked for, it's something that should just be given to them, I think you're going to have a problem. I just do. So I think you're going to have a problem.
This is how this works. You just make it where everyone has to have a 5'10". If you don't get a 5'10", you can't get in. And then guess what? When my gunshot ass comes rolling into your hospital, I don't give a fuck what doctor's there, because I know that every single one of them got there on the same standard.
But here's what I'm telling you: the standard is 500 on the MCAT. If you get 500, you're like 95% chance of graduating medical school and everything. To get a 500 on the MCAT is not easy. That takes like 3 years of college information to be able to get that. So that is the standard. That's what I'm saying. Anything beyond that is extra, because every year 50,000 people apply to medical school and only 20,000 can get in. So that's like the top 40%. So the people that are getting in are the top 40. And so that's what I'm saying.
And you're telling me that the Asian is better than the Black guy. I get it.
I'm saying I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about population. I'm saying the average Asian scores higher than the average Black person. Yes.
Okay, I got a question. What percent of the population are Black people?
Like 13%.
Okay, what percentage of the 40,000 are Black?
I actually have a graph.
And then how many Asians are in America? What percentage are they?
Yeah, I don't know the Asian population percentage.
But you're saying they have to do a higher score because they're overrepresented, which means that there's more Asians than there are, like more Asians going to medical field than their population, correct?
I don't know the numbers in front of me, but potentially that's possible.
Okay. So more likely, if I pick any Asian, and I doubt there's 13% of Black folks that are in that 40%. All right. It's probably like 5 or 10%, something like that. The probability of my Asian doctor getting a better test score and being a better doctor is much higher, is all I'm saying. That's why when you start putting race into it, you're going to start having people judge people based on their race. As soon as you interject, listen, if I tell you that I'm a graper, all right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I just looked it up. My table says 8%.
8%.
So out of all the people that got accepted into medical school, 8% were Black.
And how many were
last
Asian?
year. Oh, Asian. Okay, let me 46.
What camera are you using?
About
Norm? 'Cause your camera's-
22%. About 22%.
So
So out of
again,
all
if
the
I
people that were accepted, 22% were Asian.
so out of any, so if I pick any Asian, I'm more than likely going to have a higher scoring Asian than pretty much anyone else.
That's more likely, but it's just like the lottery. Just because you may be more likely to win by buying at this gas station doesn't mean you're going to win.
Totally
Like,
different. Much bigger pool.
Yeah, but my thing is, that still is a fallacy. You can't take the average from one population and say this individual is higher scoring than this individual. Like you don't know that. Like you can't
No,
take the statistics of a population and compare that to an individual.
you
Because
can't.
one individual is one sample from that population. That one sample may not represent the typical person in that population. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Mhm.
You're right. But the problem of it is when you interject race, I'm now going to be playing the odds of the race. And if 22% are Asian and they're overrepresented than black folks, and black folks can score a lower score and get in compared to the Asian who has to score a higher score, I'm still winning. I'm still going to, on average, end up with a good or better doctor going Asian than black by the numbers.
Okay, I'm going to have to just agree to disagree. I don't agree with looking at it that way. I'm just going to stick with that.
Well, that's what happens when you introduce race. Like, just like if I told you I was a graper, all right, you wouldn't assume that. You wouldn't say anything about it. You wouldn't know to call me that unless I said I was, right? Like, once I brought it up, you now are thinking about it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, once you
I don't get your point.
once you interject something into the conversation, you're not going to you can't take it back out. So as soon as you put race is in it. People are going to start now making decisions based off of that premise. Just like if I didn't say I was a graper, if I never said it, you would not be like, oh, well, yeah, we should probably go hang out at the bar. I'm going to leave my drink hang out around him. But as soon as I'm like, I'm a graper, you're like, oh, I probably shouldn't hang out with that guy. Like, once you interject something into a conversation or to an argument, you can't take it back. So all this race that's being jammed into society, you're making stuff like society's becoming more racist because of it. That's my point.
Okay.
Like
I can accept that.
If they just had a standard, if it was just 500 and you got in, great. No one would give a fuck. But as soon as you start doing different levels for different races and you're like, oh, yeah. Like, no, like now you're making me feel like this race is worse than that race. Because you are telling me this race has to be here to get there. Like, you're incentivizing me to think that with your system is what I'm saying.
And the reason why I would say like for medicine, what's more indicative of what somebody did academically is the school they went to. If I graduated from Harvard and you're comparing me to an Asian that went to a state school, I definitely performed better than that one Asian. So it's like you should really look more so at the school.
Statistically, majority of black folks that end up getting into high colleges end up struggling because they're undereducated and they get shoved into it because of affirmative action. So statistically,
okay, I'm talking about people that graduated. I'm not talking about people that fell out. If that's what you're talking about.
I ain't talking about failing out. Listen, as soon as you start qualifying race or circumstance or any of these things to any situation, you now are watering down any person's education or work. Simply put.
And also too, for someone that expects a lot of themselves, that's it's kind of it ain't no kind of, it's a slap in the face too, really. To need to say I have to have this to be able to succeed. You know, it's a slap in the face.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because like at the school I'm at, I actually got like the average test scores and everything. So I'm not like at the bottom or near it. I'm like average. What I'm saying is it is important for other schools, like other state schools and other places, to have different average scores, because there are some people that are going to be doctors that are in different fields where you don't need to have the same like MCAT score.
So we should have more average doctors, because that's good. We should have more crappy doctors. I agree.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Let's add that to Trump's campaign for 2020. More mediocrity in doctors.
No, what I'm saying is we need more doctors, period.
Yeah, so we'll lower the
That's the
standard.
point.
We'll bring it down.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a doctor is better than no doctor.
That's not true. If the doctor thinks that fucking bleach is something that you treat with infections with, it's by injecting in your bloodstream. Like that, it's not like.
Okay, there's so many standards that you have to meet to become a licensed doctor that somebody that believes that would not meet all of the standards that you have to meet.
Again, so you're right. You're missing, like, I think you're so caught up in being a doctor that you look at stuff a certain way and you can't relate to what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is either you need doctors or you need more doctors. That's it. Like either you have a high standard and you sacrifice having an abundance of doctors, or you want more doctors and you have more mediocre doctors. You can't have both. Like you can't have it both ways. You have either mediocre or you have good, not both.
Right.
You can't do it.
Right.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, we should have a standard, and we should. Yes. Yeah, we should. Yeah. We shouldn't have. Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, Oken, it's your turn. You haven't really talked that much.
Like you were saying, you know that. I mean, especially when you're talking about healthcare like that, and doctors, whether it be a surgeon or whatever, you're gonna want the best, especially with what I've learned from a few doctors and all that. That most surgeries or whatever, they cost about the same no matter who does it. If it's going to cost the same no matter who does it, the person is going to want the best doctor that they can get to do it for it to be successful, regardless of what they look like or whatever. So yeah, no, I mean, I say, you know, nobody wants a whole bunch of influx of mediocre doctors entering into the hospital. I mean, we have enough that are, you know, I don't know if I've been to a hospital or different offices, and you can just kind of tell some of them, it leaves you a little skittish about whether you want them working on you or not, whether you want them telling you anything, because they seem, I don't know, out of place. I don't know.
I broke my hand when I was a kid, and I went to Robinson Memorial Hospital in Ravenna, and they told me my hand wasn't broken. Well, my hand was black. It was like 3 times bigger than it should have been, and it was the day after I broke it, and it was still swollen. And they did an X-ray and was like, "Oh no, it's not broken." And then before we left, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's broken in 3 places." And then it was broken in 2 places. Like it changed 5 times before I left. It, like, I personally have experienced a shitty doctor, and it was a white guy. All right. I don't want shitty doctors, and I don't feel bad about, like, listen, me being a drug addict, I know that you have to have tough love. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, exactly. I deal with drug addicts all the time. I have people that I'm working with and they're sober and then they start fucking up. I have to understand that by me helping them, I'm not helping the problem. I'm enabling.
Mhm.
Enabling is not good for anybody. So when they start fucking up, I cut them off. I won't help them out. I won't drive them nowhere. I won't give them money. I won't do dick.
Right.
So I don't have any qualms with being mean about shit. I don't, because you're not me telling you you're pretty and you look like a beached whale does not do you anything good about me lying to you. It just makes you feel good. Like the fact of life is a lot of hard truths. And the hard truth is some people are going to make it and some people aren't. It's like you can't make it. Like Mo said it in MTR's one time. Well, why don't we just raise all boys to be the top 10%? And I said,
you can't.
Yeah, you can't.
I said, this was my response. Touche, Mo. I agree. Why don't we just raise all kids to be NBA players and then we'll all be rich?
You can't do it, but there's no way.
And I'll tell you,
the best is what's gonna, the cream's what's gonna rise to the top. I mean, you can't raise. I mean, people are limited. Certain people have more limits than others, and other people have the ability to be able to go beyond their limits to be able to be great. That's what signifies greatness, going beyond those limits to succeed. You're not going to have everybody be able to, you're going to have some people at the bottom. It's just the way it is. And I think the other thing too is, I mean, even if you have people that are kind of maybe, they're not at the bottom, but they're not at the top. Okay. I mean, my thing is if what they're doing, I guess maybe their position or whatever is mediocre, but if they're doing it still to the best of their ability, hey, okay, but you're not going to have, you just can't water it down like that for them. You got to have a standard. You got to set a standard, and it's got to stick.
And and on top of that, it's disingenuous, because and this is a problem that's going on regardless of race and regardless of gender, man. There's just this theory in everybody's head that we can get everybody to level up. The universe is not built like that. The Most High didn't make it like that. Because if that was the case, everybody would have been Moses. Everybody would have been David. Everybody would have been Solomon. It doesn't work that way. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, RPM, but I'm kind of sick and tired of people running that nonsense because it's disingenuous. Because at the end of the day, at 53 years old, the shit I've seen, the things I've done, and what I've accomplished, you are literally telling me in your own way that hard work was irrelevant because everybody should just get a pass to get it. That's bullshit.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying unequal outcome is guaranteed. Like that is a good thing. There should be unequal outcomes. Yes.
No, it's not. It's not a question of unequal outcomes. It's a question of trying to get people to go be part of some kind of equal opportunity aspect while cutting them some slack in order to do it. Okay. When I wanted to be a soldier, it didn't require somebody coming in and having to talk to me to be a soldier. Nobody had to convince me to put my life on the line. That was a decision I made. I don't need a test to do that. I don't need a mentor to come in and tell me how it should be. This is just a decision I made. And every individual is supposed to do that. The very Constitution and Bill of Rights state that everything about your pursuit of happiness is based on your own individual achievements, accomplishments, and motivation. And when people start talking about opening up doors and creating opportunities for people because of what they look like or how tall they are or where they come from, it just annoys the holy shit out of me. Because I have spent 53 years from everything from being called a kike to being called a nigger and everything else in between. I've had my own people call me Oreo. I have seen it from everybody, and I'm still here. And when I open myself up to taking on a mentorship opportunity because I want to give other people a chance, believe me, trust and believe when I say this, they ain't going to be none of that free pass. You want to be my protege, you're going to have to show me your worth being my protege. I don't give a damn about how many awards you got just for participation. I want to see what your skill set is. I want to see what your motivation is. I want to see what you've accomplished so far. Because if you can't give me none of that, you're a waste of my time. Period. End of story. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't care about free passes. I don't care about whether or not your house was worse than somebody else's house. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Because I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to make money. I'm here to provide a service. I'm here to maintain an industry, making stuff possible for people who, put it this way, if the people you wanted to help cared enough, they would have did it.
They would have already been doing it. Yeah.
If they really wanted it, if they really wanted it, it would not require you having to show up at their door to give them the opportunity. If they wanted it, they would have got up and got it. Period.
But like, and that's what, like, the reason I feel like the way that I feel is because I was a drug addict. Like before I got sober, I was a bleeding heart liberal. I was all about Obama. I always thought the cops were hard on criminals. I was always rooting for the little dog, the guy that always had the struggle. But then when I got sober, I had to take account of I had a victim mentality when I was getting high. And then when I got sober, part of that was me having to take accountability for my actions. And I had to see what role I played. Now, are there certain things that you can't choose? Yeah, you can't choose who your parents are. You can't choose where you were born. You can't choose where your parents lived. You can't choose how much they make. But you can choose what you do. So like he said, if he grew up in the hood and he chose to hang out on the porch for 6 years, that was his choice. But he chose to go to the army, and because he made that choice in whatever circumstance he was in, that changed his circumstances going forward. So like, it comes down to accountability. And a lot of the problem when people use race, they want to deny their responsibility in the actions of stuff. Like, and that's the case. Now, does bad stuff happen to people? Yes. Are there people that are killed that shouldn't have been killed or get treated wrong? Yes. That is a fact. But 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. It's something else. Like, it's not a race thing.
Okay. I can see what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like right now, if you go down to, like, look at Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, a few years ago, they didn't. The food stamps were like 3 days late. They started rioting.
Mm-hmm. You should have seen Miami when the water was running late. Jeez, man.
When the water?
Yeah, the last hurricane we had down here, and the trucks were delayed that was bringing water. They lost their freaking minds, and it was only delayed by like 36 hours or something like that. They lost their minds. The natural, as much as I hate to say it, the natural state of human beings is to always go that route. I wish I could say it was different, but we've got enough history to prove that I'm not wrong. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. But like I was saying before, you know, going your route with the way you want to do stuff, it diminishes people like me and like Kyle and like Oaken, that at the end of the day, our accomplishments and what we bust our ass to climb out of, whether it be from the ghetto, from drugs, or whatever it was, it diminishes us because everybody gets a free pass when we had to bust our ass to get here. That's unacceptable to us. That's why we get so irate about it.
Well, to me, what I'm saying is, like, I come from the same kind of background. And my thing is, what I'm saying is, I know that I didn't do it by myself. What I'm saying is, I know that there were people in places that helped me out along the way.
Then you thank and you reward those people, because that's what I do.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, I want to be one of those people for people after me.
No, and I don't. Again, I don't disagree with you. You should be. That's paying it forward. But it's just I'm just saying that the tactics that you're
So
talking about employing, I don't think are beneficial to you or to
so
them.
so what's going on here is we're speaking in general, all right? And women
Mhm.
do this a lot. We're speaking in general and you're making it personal. So
Who, me?
it's great. No.
he's talking about
Red-
RPM.
Oh,
Yeah, RPM. Like that's great. If you want to go take once you get your first paycheck or your second paycheck, if you want to go give half your money to some homeless person every time you get paid for 10 years, that's great. You can do whatever you like, but that's different than us helping people or opening doors or giving more opportunity or like that's different.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's different if I shove a dildo in my butt or if I come shove one in your butt. Like
Okay.
one is what I do with me is myself, but when you start involving other people, there's other things that are going on. Like when you say we, that automatically comes down to a collective, and the biggest collective we have is government, which
Mhm.
comes down to other people's money. Like myself personally, I don't agree with food stamps. I don't agree with food stamps.
I don't agree with it either.
I don't agree with food stamps. I don't agree with. I really don't agree with college. To be honest, like, I don't think that the government should be loaning out money for college.
I don't either.
Like I said,
But I mean, like to go to become a doctor and a lawyer and like certain jobs, like you need to go to college, and if you don't have money, like
I don't. But
where would you get it from if you don't get it from the government?
Well,
why would the government have to give it to them?
Well, hold on a second, because I went to Boston University for pre-law. Okay.
Mhm.
Then I got 2 bachelors, one at John Jay and one at UCLA. And then I got my master's at John F. Kennedy University.
Okay.
And then I got my doctorate at Duke University. And I'm telling you right now, I paid for every damn penny of it myself. So this whole thing about free money
But
for
I
college
mean,
and all
the
9 yards,
price of college when you went is probably different than it is today.
that depends, because I graduated with my doctorate in 2004. So it ain't that
Mhm.
long ago.
No, I'll tell you this. Do you know? Oh, I was about to say the name of my university, but my medical school, the tuition in 2005, around that time, per year was $25,000,
That's
and
because they
now
overpriced
it's
college.
double. It's double
That's
that.
because-
It's more
that's
than
because-
double that.
But that's because
Yeah.
they overprice colleges. That's always, and that's been a problem for the last 20, 30
But
years.
my thing
College
is,
overpriced.
yeah, you being able to pay that much and being paid,
Yeah, but-
you can't pay that much now for 4
Yeah, but-
years each.
But guess what? Here's the problem. Every time the government gives more money for college, the colleges increase their prices.
Yep, every single time.
Well,
The
I'll say
government-
this.
and
I've never
and-
paid tuition, so I'm not taking out any loans. So, but
Would you
And-
say?
and
I
Yeah,
said
who's
I'm not
getting-
paying any tuition.
No, hold on. I was
Oh,
talking.
go ahead.
I was talking. Oken, go ahead, Oken.
and who's getting 80% of those their
Women.
tuition?
Women.
Exactly. That's why it's so high.
Mhm.
Anything in society that women have an interest or desire in, the price for it skyrockets.
Mhm.
Men are forced to foot the bill on it, to foot their end. It's just the way it is. But if they change the market to where women wouldn't have so much free access to these positions just because of them being women, or them being single mothers too, it would drastically reduce the price of college. It would drastically reduce the prices of a lot of things, but they're not going to do that because that's how they're going to fund the economy, is off the greed of women. It's just what it is.
Because in my newsfeed today, a single mother and her daughter both graduated simultaneously with their MDs.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And
Yeah.
And let's be honest. You can look. I'm not trying to be an ass, but let's be real. You know, that was grants. You know, that was money. off the taxpayer's dollar.
Right.
And the thing that cracks me up the most about it is they'll all sit there screaming and yelling about debt forgiveness for college grants and all that good stuff. So let's say the government does turn around and wipe away the $1 or $2 trillion in college debt. 80% of that belongs to women. Do you think they're gonna give us our money back?
No. Well, one thing I would say, I don't agree with that. I feel like if you were able to get into college, then you should be able. You agree to your arrangement of paying off your loans, and you should stick with it. But I don't think you should just be like, "Oh, I have credit cards, and I should just get all of it forgiven." Like, you agree to it, so stick with it.
They don't hold a woman accountable. That's what you understand.
Exactly.
Because what I was just about to say, even with everything you just said, let's keep something completely real. I have seen hundreds of women screaming out that they want their loan debt forgiven for college. I haven't seen one dude say it yet.
I've seen guys say that in my class.
Okay.
Yeah, because but your class is also young. Your class is also
in medical school. Yeah. So.
In medical school, and your class has also been pushed a bunch of feminist. Like you just sat here and tried to tell us you wanted a merit and you wanted an equal opportunity thing at the same time. Like they've diluted this shit so hard into schools and into people's minds that they don't even realize what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they do realize what they're saying.
Yeah, I realize what I'm saying. Yeah, like there is a standard. Like to get into medical school, there is an objective standard that you have to meet. And like they don't just accept anybody.
No. Well, like I said, at the end of the day,
but the point is, it should be a standard. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be a variable to it. Yeah. It shouldn't. There shouldn't be.
And
the best people get in.
Right, and which is the point. Which is the point I've been trying to make. If it's merit based, you don't need to throw in race. You don't need to throw in special privileges for certain groups. If it's merit based, like Oken said, the cream will rise to the crop. It's the nature of things. This cannot be denied, and that's one of the problems I have with feminism and SJWs and all this other stuff, because they're trying to rewrite the laws of the universe, and they can't do that. That's why nothing works the way it's supposed to right now. You're trying to rewrite the laws of the universe when the universe already told you you're its bitch, not the other way around. Yes, it's called the circle of life. Either or not to be all nerdy, but like Yoda said, you either do or you do not. There is no try.
Right.
You understand? So when people can't do, instead of accepting the fact that they can't do it and moving on to something that maybe
they could do,
and even aspire to greatness in it, they'd rather not. They'd rather be the victim. And now they want to talk about throwing affirmative action. They want to talk about color-based scores, gender-based scores, etc., and so on. And that's not how the world works. And everybody knows it, but they do it anyway because they figure that they can get a free pass. That's why the guys in your class are doing it. It's not because they buy into all that. Their theory is that, look, if chicks ain't gonna pay, I'm not gonna pay. And I can't get mad at them. That would be my theory too. Why do they get all the milk?
your dudes are also probably the dudes you go to school with are probably also male feminists.
This is true.
Yeah, I think a lot of them pretty much are. I'm not though. I whenever feminism comes up, those talking points, I just like, change the subject.
But see, you're more purple. Like you got some blue in your pill because you just tried to be compassionate. You tried to have compassion for people that don't have they could have a bad experience.
I would say, I'm more compassionate when it comes to like race and like poverty.
But you shouldn't be.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like, but that's where I come from. So it's like
it doesn't matter what you come from. Exactly. Here's the thing. I'm black myself. I mean, you got 3 black men on the panel here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the fact. I understand black people fuckery better than somebody white can. I understand it because I know the bullshit they pull. So no, I have no compassion and no sympathy whatsoever. I'm not giving you shit because I know the shit you play.
And on top of that, if I could add to it, you also have to take into account And I don't know how much you've been on Kyle's channel or you've been on, I'm sorry, on Savage's channel or MTR's channel. But here's something to keep in mind. You're sitting here with one red pill and two black pills. And if you've been at MTR's, you will see me every week. And I say it over and over again, and Okin can verify this, and I think Savage can verify it too. I don't give a rat's ass. You set the standard, now you live with it. I will watch you burn. If you're on fire, I will drink the water. If you are on the ground broken, I will step on you to go where I gotta go. It does not matter to me anymore. And as I've said on this, as I've said on this channel with Savage, and you can verify this like a week or two ago, that includes my daughters. I will watch them burn.
You said that includes your own what?
That includes my own daughters. I will watch you burn. You want to play this game, then we play that game. I'm not giving favors. I'm not making it easy for anybody because, again, that's not how the world works. If you want me on your side, you earn that. You don't get it just because you got pussy. You don't get it just because you're black. You don't get it just because you're Asian. You earn that.
Right. Because of the simple fact that what's not earned can't be appreciated. I mean, you can sit up there. You could give a 20-year-old kid a Ferrari. They're gonna tear it up in less than 2 weeks because they didn't earn it. It was given to them. But something that is earned has value to them that intrinsically, you know, other people can't understand. But because they earned it, their sweat and their hard work went into it, it means more to them.
So like,
okay,
like myself personally, I grew up in the hood. I live in the hood right now. Like I've dropped my address in MTR's channel multiple times. Like
Yeah,
I
you
live,
crazy, man.
Yeah.
You crazy.
I
yeah, that's
live
kind of
right-
crazy. That's kind of wild. Yeah,
You crazy
I
as
live
hell.
I live in the hood, and I was a white guy, bro. Like white dudes are always considered to be soft, or they always think that they can play games with white dudes. So like you're always getting tried. So at the end of the day, like I know all about the foolery. Plus, I was a drug addict, so I was pulling the foolery. I deal with drug dealers. Like I fucked around with jack boys. Like I know all the bullshit tactics that bad people do. And at the end of the day, you can't if you give nothing, you can't be used. That simple.
Right.
Just that simple. And people, like, if people are so broke that they have to go steal food, then they go steal food. Like if I couldn't feed myself, I'd go steal. But at the same time, I'm not going to be the guy on the news talking about, well, I didn't have any money or have any food. I should be able to not go to jail for stealing food. Like you have to still you can sympathize. Like you can, like, that sucks, but you still need to punish.
So, but here's the question that, like, I would like to ask. So, do you care about making a difference in the life of someone else?
No,
And why not?
because it's not my job to make a difference in your life. It's my job to put up, like, okay, for example, when I go on to this channel and I put on my story and what I'm going through, I'm doing that so that someone that can relate, maybe they can pull something out of it. But it's not my job to make sure that I influence you. Just like with MTR and donate and whatnot, he would like you to donate, but he can't force you to donate. That's a choice that you have to make. Some people are going to like your content. Some people are not. Like when I get on MTR, I know for a fact that when I go on, anytime I'm in the chat, I'm on the show, I'm gonna be running through a gauntlet. The first time I was ever on his channel, he started like I said one sentence and he started pulling up information trying to disprove me wrong. Maybe it's because I was white, maybe it's because of something I said. But you can see in any of his chats, they're constantly saying, like, there was a dude saying that I'm spending my stimulus check on MTR this week. They've been saying that for over like 2 months now.
Yeah.
Like all you can do is be you. Yeah. And by you being you, people will relate to that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do you think if you knew that you did make a difference in somebody's life, do you think you would get any kind of fulfillment out of that?
Okay, so would I be happy if someone told me that I helped them? Of course I'd be happy. But again, if I get sidetracked and get in the weeds, I'm going to get away from what I need to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
if you come to my house tonight, right now, and I'm cooking dinner, all right, and you come over, and I have food on the stove, and I go to eat, I'm going to offer you a plate, all right. But if you're at your house, I'm not going to drive a fucking plate to your house and ask you if you want a plate.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
Exactly. Because, like I said, all that compassion that you have should be focused on your patients.
Right.
And like I said, if you come across somebody who you can point in the right direction, then great. But that's all you should be doing is pointing them in the direction.
Right.
You shouldn't be making it easy for them, because at the end of the day, it builds character. How do you build character if everything's handed to you? I've been working since I was 14 years old. Hard work. First job I ever got was busting my ass in a warehouse at Kings County Hospital in Brooklyn. I've been working hard since I was 14. And I'm telling you, if everything's easy, you have no character. You have no character and you're just entitled. And that's what we see nowadays. And I wish I could say it was just women, but there's one or two particular generations, they're just as bad as women when you add the men in.
Right.
There's this theory that, everybody just wakes up in the morning and they should be Bloomberg or Trump or some shit like that. Come on, man, stop playing. I don't even think that.
Like, listen, like this is my outlook on life. All right. I want to be able to do more for my kids than was done for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I've looked into investing. Like, I've invested money in the stock market. I'm working on budgeting. Like, I invested money into a camera. I'm doing photography. I'm doing a YouTube channel. Are these things going to necessarily do that for my kids? No, they're not necessarily going to do that. But I'm trying to find something that I like doing that I can turn into an income that will do something for me. Like, it might take me, I only have 51 subscribers or something on this channel. It's been up for a month. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time for you to get monetized. It could take me 2 or 3 years before I even hit that marker. With photography, I'm literally going out and taking pictures in my spare time and post them on my Instagram. Maybe someone sees them and someone likes them and they want me to shoot a wedding or do headshots for them. Like, that's a maybe. It might not ever happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm at least trying to do something other than just hump wire every day, all day long, to get somewhere else. At no point am I'm not making an OnlyFans. I'm not asking for handouts. I'm not begging them with a GoFundMe. Like, I'm literally trying to put work in to hopefully make it into something later. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm at least trying. Yeah. And that's what people need to understand. Yeah. You need to do something like that.
Yeah. At least until your wife starts complaining.
I'm not married.
I'm talking not the way Alex was talking about you tonight. What she call you, daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that.
I'm like, okay, then.
I don't know if she was trolling me or what.
I can't tell with them no more, and I don't really care. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I know. She was like, "Can I call you daddy?" I was like, "Well, only my kids and the girls I fuck call me daddy. So if you want to slide through."
Oh no! That was the chat. Before the chat, she was actually a call, and then she called you that.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
She said it on there. Yeah.
You came in after. You came in the chat. Before the chat, yeah. She actually was on the show. She was a call in. And she said, "Before I go, I just want to say hi to my daddy." As a matter of fact, as soon as she got up there, she asked where you were. You and Pip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she said, I want Kyle to be up here with us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess a little
That's
menage a trois chat up there. I don't know.
Wait, here we go. Here we go. I'm a little rusty, but here we go. She's got jungle fever. They've got jungle fever. Let me stop.
So like that kind of makes me feel some kind of way because I don't know if she's trying to trap me or if
Here's the thing. She's 35.
true.
At 35, look, at 35, the wall has already hit. They're washed up.
True.
You could tell last week whenever she got to talking about the dude that left and got a chick pregnant, that shit hurt her to her core.
Oh, I know. I even told her that I can't help you fuck dumb dudes.
And here's something else. And here's something else to remember too, and always keep it in mind because I always say it. She's a woman. Always assume the worst.
Oh, I do. I do.
And I don't know. It's me. I see them all as hoes to plug. That's all they are. But that's all they prove to bring. That they're willing to bring. I mean, you can get one to give you. You can get sex out of them before you can get them to cook you a meal now. So
I kid you not. I got my son's mom pregnant, and like I was somewhat still blue pill at that point. Was like, yeah, you know, will you marry me? Like that's the right.
Oh.
She told me no. She told me that getting married was a big step.
Ooh.
Seriously.
Wow.
I don't.
Wait.
I believe
wait. Savage.
She was pregnant with my child and told me that being married was a bit of too much of a step for her.
Well, hey, but
Wait,
being
Savage,
pregnant isn't.
Savage, I have a quick question. Is this being recorded or is this just live and that's it?
It's live and being recorded.
Oh, okay.
It's both. Yeah, it's both.
Okay.
And it's interesting.
Oh, because I was going to say something, but nah, it's being recorded, so never mind.
But
on the side, there's comments. If you go in the comments, you can click and go to the private, and you can talk to private.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else too. I had to do a little, and I think it was you, Okin, and Jay Doe. I had to do some self correction with was that April Lynn?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I see her name, and it says at Lawrence Guy, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, what? And
I didn't see her direct you address leave.
Yeah, and then she followed it up in the next one, telling me to behave. I'm like, what? That's why I had wrote what I did. Like, who is this April Lynn? I don't fucking know her. Who is this? No, wow. we don't do that here. You're not giving me blowjobs, so I don't have to listen. I don't have to listen to you. And I gotta be honest. And I gotta be honest. Even if you were, I still wouldn't. Because if you're giving me a blowjob, you shouldn't be able to talk.
I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie. Like massage, she's a masseuse, so like there could be some perks to that.
Yeah. She'll give you the girlfriend experience. Yeah.
She's probably got them strong hands.
She's got no. She'll give you the whore experience. She's got the 1,000 cart. She's got the 1,000 cart stare down vibe. I mean, she has the vibe that she's been ran through. So no, you ain't no girlfriend material there. No, it's straight whore.
Well, none of them are. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, none of them are.
Listen, look at me. Do you think I haven't been?
No,
I haven't partaken in the 1,000 mile.
No, I know. Oh yeah. I know.
But yeah, that was it. That was a wrap for me. I tapped out.
I can't believe she called in and called me daddy.
Yeah,
she did it twice.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 times. The daddy reference came up.
Yeah.
When was this?
Tonight.
And MTR streamed earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Damn. But yeah, she said she came in and the first thing she said is something about Pip, and then Pip popped in real quick. And then she said, "But what about my man Kyle? Where's Kyle?" Or something like that. Yeah. She said,
"Is he gonna be on? He's not in here."
He said, I was really only on here because I wanted to talk to him and Pip Pip. And then the next thing she was saying something, and she said she called you daddy. And then she started talking about something else, and she went off on this long tirade that got a lot of people confused. And then at the end of it, she said, "Oh, could I say one more thing?" And then that's when she said, "I just want to say hi to my daddy, Kyle." And she did. I was like, "Oh, here we go."
In the chat, she's like, "Can I call you daddy?" And I was like, "Well, I have to put my dick in you," pretty much what I said to her. And she she was like, "Okay." I was like, "Damn."
Yeah. She said, "Yeah, pretty much." Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Because
Sounds good.
Because I saw you reply. You said you got my address. I saw that.
Yeah.
So you got my address, but I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't talk to them. I don't interact with them. I feel that first of all, you're in a man you're in a man space. That's first and foremost. You're in a man space, so you carry yourself accordingly. And the way you do that is you sit there quietly, you listen, you learn if you want to, 6 after a dozen, but you don't get to question us. You don't get to challenge us. You don't get to debate us. You just sit there quietly. And as soon as you open your mouth the wrong way, you're gone. End of story.
I really wish that MTR did not, like, he muzzles me so much when I get on there.
He does.
He does. He's so hard.
But he does it. But he does it to me too.
I think he's trying to have a wide audience with female and male. He's trying to reach across lines.
He can't, but he's not going to.
But see, here's the problem.
20% of women is the most he'll get.
But see,
20%.
Yeah.
I think he's 10%. I think 90% is still men. So it's not even 20.
It is. But the most he'll get is to 20.
Okay, I get you.
50-50 is what I'm saying.
But see, here's the problem with that, though. Here's the problem with that. If that's what he wants to do, then it's his house. He can do that. All I'm saying is that for those of us who signed up, he sold us on something different. True. Because when he signed up, it was all about men's perspective. It was all about red pill, etc., and so on. And I noticed lately he's been talking a lot about him not being red pill.
Yeah, he seems more moderate to me.
Now, me myself, I collect videos. So I have his Black Rams, Male Enlightenments. I have copies of all their videos on external hard drives. So for me, if he wants to take this new route, then he's welcome to. Like I said, it's his house. It's not a big deal. But you can't sell us on if you're still doing the same thing you originally started the channel for, by making it sound like that's what it always was, because it wasn't.
There's one thing I have to interject on that. The fact is that in that space, you got so many guys that truly, really, they want them females in there. They talk all that crap about their this and their that, but as soon as they get them up there, hearts everywhere. All that true nature of what they really are comes out every single time.
Yeah,
and the truth of the matter is they're going to simp for them broads every single time. They got. I mean, it is what it is. So. So basically, he's figured it out, and they're paying for it. That's what they want to pay for. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. Because I gotta tell you, man. Every time there's a chick up there and they're talking about have her stand up or what's her body count, and I'm like, come on, man.
Come on. They're talking about asking these women questions that are moot point just because of the simple fact they lie anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean. They lie about simple shit that doesn't have to be lied about. So you know damn well if you're asking them a body count question, you're going to get a damn lie.
Well, it was 2 points. One, you're going to get a lie, and number two, you're not sleeping with her. So why would you even bother to ask that? That's none of your business.
I guess they think because they think if they big enough, they got a shot.
Yeah, and like I said,
some people are just curious. Like just knowing something that they didn't know is like fascinating.
That's not what it is. The reason that they do that in the chat is because a lot of these chicks do a lot of shaming tactics and talk a lot of shit in the
Yeah,
chat.
they do. They do.
And
That's true.
when they get
That's
up,
true.
when they get up there, like they'll be in the chat, be like, yeah, well, you split your stimulus check, you broke, you just mad that girls don't want you, and then they get up there and they don't show their face. Okay, well, let's put pressure on them. Now that you're up there, how many dudes have you had sex with? How many cocks have you sucked for money? Like the dudes want to dish it back to them. Like that's what it comes down to. And there's also some point of there's guys that are just mad at women. Like I think that MTR I think he puts too much of that onto like a lot of the guys and like a lot of guys in general. Like I feel like people play on there's a lot of men that just hate women, or there's a lot of people get stuck in this negative energy. I think too many creators do that because it is us versus them.
Well, like I said one time in the chat, you can shame me all you want to by saying I'm angry, but here's the problem. I can't be angry if I don't care. And I don't. I mean, I don't care. So your theory about me being angry, there would have to be some level of caring there for me to be emotionally tied to anger. I don't care. Now, what you do more often than not is annoy the holy shit out of me. And if you do that, then I'm going to tell you, just like I did with April this evening. I just, we're just not going to do that. You want to play that with Minzy and Riddick and all the rest of them. That's your business. But I've already made it abundantly clear every single week, I'm not addressing none of you. I'm not talking to none of you. So don't fucking talk to me. My name should not be typed or spoken.
I pissed Minzy off the other day.
How so? How'd you do that?
We were in the Discord. So we were in the Discord, and it was after he did that stream where he pretty much said that there was more good women than there were more good women. So we were in the Discord. I said something, and then like he said something, and then I said right after that, I was like, well, Menzies in here, so he's going to disagree because all women are gods. And like he's like, don't you curse my name. And I said, I did. I said your name normal.
Yeah, because if you notice in the chats, all the women call Pip Pip their queen.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that either. Half the time, I look over the shit with her, so half the time I just ignore it. I don't.
Yeah. I saw it last week, but I kind of blew it off because it was only one person. But tonight, there was a couple of them who went in there and did that. They call her the queen. They call her their queen.
Well, like this is the thing. Like I think.
Good. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm listening.
I'm listening. Minzy and I don't know if Minzy and MTR like they have like a lot more conversations than like we know or whatnot, but like it seems like his attitude's changed. Because
I see what you're saying.
He used to come in and bash and like say his opinion, but now it's more like milk toast and like he's just so woke that like we just don't get it.
I don't know if it's that or if it's he's there's one other thing I have to consider too. He's in South America.
No, he's in Africa.
Yeah, he's in I meant South Africa, not America, but South Africa, my bad. So the culture is still different there than it is here. As far as with women, don't get me wrong. I feel they're all like that, but it's just on steroids over here. And then I just can't take him seriously, but because I don't take the women seriously, and when they go back and forth with him, it makes it hard for me to take him seriously too. So I don't know.
He doesn't really go back and forth. Then he just pretty much like kisses
him entertaining it. That's what I meant by the back and forth. Them entertaining the whole thing.
Yeah, like I like the channel. Like there's been a couple times I've thought about like bowing out. Like
yeah. Oh, there's been several. That one where they had that old that chick on there with that old man. I think I was in there like 2 or 3 minutes and I dipped out. There have been others I just didn't come into because the content that day just didn't really vibe with me, because I'm to a point now where I like content that doesn't have to do with women all the time. You know what I'm saying? I want, like, to me, the best stream that I like so far was the one when he did on the finance and all the other stuff. We were talking about, different career paths for men and all that. That was one of the best streams to me in a long time.
Yeah,
it was. And the women started to generate that too.
He already said, though, when it comes to that, it's
I know
the algorithm.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Exactly, because the dudes, if it ain't about pussy, the dudes don't care. It's just point blank. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It is. I mean, so that's what it is.
Yeah, and that's sad because it defeats the purpose of what all of us have been in there and talked about. That it's about purpose. It's about improving ourselves. Yeah, we can talk about women, but that shouldn't be the only thing we talk about.
But like Lawrence, like Black Ram says, every time the dude does it, even the improvement, it is all for the sake of the woman.
See, and you know what? And he's right. I won't deny that he's right. But I think, and I'm saying this from a black pill perspective. Mm-hmm. Once you hit black pill, it is done for the woman, but not in the same respect that it would be if you were red or blue. See, my game plan is that I improve my purpose for myself. I increase my finances and resources for myself. The fun part for me when women come into play is when they want it and I won't give it to them. That's that classic moment for me where you smile at them and said, you had your chance, you blew it. Now live with the regret. See, that's what I'm living for. And I'm being honest with you. It's mean, it's selfish, and it's assholeish, but I'm living for that.
Wait, so
that's why when you see me with my hair all messed up and my beard all unkempt, I do that on purpose. Because when the day comes and I got all my shit in order and I go get that cleanup and I walk out there for the first time for them to see me, I would be like, yeah, baby, look, but don't touch.
Lawrence, I have a quick question. So black pill, I really kind of actually don't understand what that means. Does that basically mean just monk or?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean.
You're talking about MGTOW. You're talking about MGTOW monk, and I get where you're coming from, but black pill doesn't necessarily mean that. For me personally, what black pill is, I don't talk, I don't interact, and I don't deal with you. If I walk in the store and there's a female cashier, I go look for a male cashier. I'm on that level right now.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
and see, for me, what black pill is, red pill is the realization of female nature. I know MTR always says human nature, but men, we already know how men are. The problem that the reason why we come to this space about this is because the nature of women has been lied about. So the red pill is the realization of it. The black pill is the acceptance of their nature, of how dark they actually are.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but like, would you go to the extreme of like, if you saw like a female cashier, would you, or
would I?
Yeah.
It depends. It depends on if I known her, and I've known she's got her attitude is not something that I like her to be around. Whenever I know women that I know that I just don't even like being around, I don't like their attitude, the vibe they give off. I won't deal with them. Period.
Yeah.
So like I've accepted. I don't know if I'm necessarily black pill. Like I've accepted female nature, but like I'll still have my like I date a girl, but once like I was dating a girl once it got to a certain point, I broke up with her. I kill it. Like I don't put up with no bullshit, and I don't have a problem with like I'll be a complete asshole to a woman right in public. Like I don't care. But I don't know if I would necessarily say that I'm black pill.
Yeah. See, I couldn't date one. Period. I don't know if I felt one that's worth enough of my time, I might knock it down or whatever. But I mean, I can't see them past that. To be honest, I just can't see them past the bus down. I really can't.
Yeah, and see, and for me, the reason why I'm at the level I'm at is because, like I said in the chat last week, they sitting there and they talk about, well, let's sit down and talk about it. Let's come back together as a people. We need our black men, etc., and so on. My theory is this. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest person, male or female, in those chats. Okay. I think the next oldest person after that would be J Doe at 47.
J Doe and Phineas.
Yeah, J Doe and Phineas. They're in their 40s, and I'm 53. And here's my response to that, and why I have this scenario I have in my head. I am 53 years old. I have talked to you and your kind and your so-called sisters for 53 years. You didn't give a fuck then. Don't get mad at me because I don't give a fuck now. That's where I'm at. Because I've been trying to talk to you, and every chick like you, regardless of what she looks like, regardless of color, background, etc., and so on, and you didn't give a rat's ass. It was all about what you wanted, how you wanted, when you wanted, where you wanted. Fine. Now what happens when you get to the point where the people you want to finally talk to no longer have any interest in talking to you? That's what I'm trying to teach.
I think the point where I'm at,
because as long as we continue to entertain them, they're always going to think they have a chance, and they need to learn they blew their chance, and they need to learn it hard. Because as long as we keep talking, as long as we keep negotiating, as long as we keep trying to explain to them who we are, when they know full well who the fuck we are, what we want and how we want it, they're still playing games with us. And you see it in the chat day in, day out. They'll admit that they know a man wants peace and quiet. They'll admit that they know a man wants somebody who's going to support them in the whole 9 yards, but they still sit there with a fucking circular logic trying to explain it away, why that can't be, or why it's not true, or we really only care about the pussy. No man has ever married a woman just about pussy. We don't work that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're not built like that. We don't marry just for pussy. We don't. There's other things that come into play, and they know this. And at the end of the day, them knowing it, they still willingly refuse to give it. To me, that is an enemy. You know full well what we need, what we want, and how we want it, and still you choose to be contrary to that and fuck us over. That's an enemy to me. I'm a soldier. That's an enemy.
But my thing is, where I'm at is, I would definitely say I'm not like 100% red pill. I would say I'm purple. I'm in between blue and red, and I'm like growing towards red. I would say I'm like 75% red and like.
No, you're mainly blue.
I disagree. I don't. Why do you say that?
Say that again.
I'm agreeable.
If you were more red pill, you'd be more of a dick.
I would say the first time I meet somebody, I just give that, like, my first foot is to be nicer, but as I grow to be more comfortable with somebody, then I'm more of who I really am.
Oh, see, I'm so sad.
So you're blue pill.
Yeah, it's still blue pill.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm confused. How does that make sense?
Because if you were red pill, you would be who you were, and you would accept it, because you know their behavior, so you wouldn't placate to try to please them.
Well, here's the thing: you would be who you are, and you wouldn't care what they were looking for. This is who I am. This is what you're gonna get. Take it or leave it. It's on the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like with me, what I was saying about how I deal with women. You got to understand how much I enjoy looking at the faces on women when I let a door slam in their face because I wouldn't hold it. There's some fun in that. Red pill are dicks, but black pills, we believe in the Dennis Leary theory. We're an asshole. And when I say I'm an asshole, I'm telling you,
sitting on them.
I'm telling you, as the Most High is my witness, if I'm lying, I wake up every morning and stand in the mirror and practice to be that asshole every single day. And I mean it. The only women that I have ever assisted since I've done this are older women, but I don't do it because they're women. I do it because they're my elders. A 70-year-old woman ain't got nothing to do with the dumb shit going out here right now. So if she needs help with her bags, I'll help her. If she needs a door held open, I give that to her. But that's because she's my elder. Nothing else. Nothing else. But as far as it goes for all the other ones, I don't give a damn. I've had women fall in front of libraries, books go everywhere. I'm walking and I walk right over her. I've done it. I'm not bullshitting you. I have done it. I have stepped on her books and kept it moving. No bullshit.
Okay.
I don't have to practice in the mirror about being that asshole. I think it comes. It's coming naturally.
It comes naturally, but it comes naturally. But I like to practice. It's fun sometimes.
And it just, I don't know. It started pretty young when I was 16, I think. So it just evolved after that. I guess I kind of always was leaning towards that black pill before I even knew what it was, because I felt most people were full of shit anyways. Mm-hmm. So whenever it got to it, so I only had to deal with one chick on that level to where it was like, no, I'm done, because before that, I've always said and felt that they were all full of shit. Mm-hmm. And it just proved to me after the fact that they all were. And I said, I can never set myself up for that shit again. And so now, I'm even more of one. And the one thing I found most interesting, is that just the lack of attention that you give them, especially if they're an 8 or a 9, because I don't believe in 10s. If they're an 8 or a 9, and I mean, if you walk by the chick like she does not exist, it makes her feel smaller than a mustard seed.
Well, I said it like I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And just that right there, even though you're not interested, now you got them clamoring for your attention, and it's like, what are you doing?
Well, yeah. Well, like I've told many a men, if you want to guarantee the best way to piss off a woman, ignore her. It's just that simple. Ignore her. Let her be an 8, 9, and 10, and you walk right by her. Let her talk yak, and you turn around, you give her a look, and you turn and you walk away. They can't stand that. If there's one thing that crushes a woman, it's ignoring them. Period. End of story. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no negotiating that. That is fact. You ignore them, and they cannot handle that shit. You ignore them, one, and you reject them, two. They cannot deal with those. That's why those moments in the chat when people are talking about rejection, I don't listen to women, because women don't know what rejection is. They get one guy that they want, and that guy don't want them. We live with rejection because we got to approach 10 women just to get one to say yes. They don't know what rejection is. They have no fucking clue. So, and like I said in the chat one time, how the fuck is a turtle going to teach a bird how to fly? You can't say shit to me.
Right.
You can't say shit to me. You're a turtle. I'm a bird. How are you going to teach me how to fly? Get the fuck out of here. Just like one chick, in the beginning, before I stopped talking to them in the chat, one of them was sitting in there saying some shit about we want our men to be leaders, and I had no problem with that. You should want that. You're a woman. You should want that. But then she started to define what that is, and I was like, no, wait, whoa. You can request us to be leaders. You have every right, but you're not going to get to define what a fucking leader is. Only men do that to other men. You can't do that. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't call in anymore, because MTR does to me what he does to you, Kyle. He tries to tap me down because he knows where I'm going to go. So just out of respect, I just don't call in anymore.
Well, see, it's not even so much that. It's more of the caller before me will go for 9 minutes. The caller before, after, he'll hold me for 3 minutes, and he'll be talking through my 3 minutes, and then I'll be off. And then the person after me will be on for 20 minutes. And it's or the last time I called in, I expected to jump in and it'd be me just talking, but then I was going against Massage. So it was me having to argue with Massage when I didn't call in to talk to her.
Right.
Which by the way, that conversation, you was my superhero when you told I don't give a fuck about your opinions or advice. I loved you.
I was in tears. I was dying laughing so hard about that
I was,
shit.
I was
Man.
like, I don't give a. It's like I don't give a fuck about your advice, and I don't want it. I was like, there you go. That's it right there.
Like, well,
It's-
I don't know if Red Pill Medicine's seen that, but like,
No, I
pretty
didn't.
much. So I called in, and there was already a female caller, and like, she stayed on, and MTR started having us talk to each other, and she started making comments because the argument was about my argument was not to have to be celibate, and
For men?
she was, yeah, I was saying men be celibate, and she
Okay.
was like, "Oh, well, I'm 35 and don't have any kids," and I was like, "That's great, but at the end of the day, worst case scenario, you get pregnant. Worst case scenario for dude, he gets pregnant and he gets like court raped. Like I'd rather just not do that." And like MTR is like, "Oh yeah, well, you know, like I don't have any kids and I'm 34, blah blah blah." I was like, "Yeah, but they're not 100%. Like they're just not. So like you're taking a huge, like you might as well just not do it. You're taking a huge risk.
Yeah.
Like you might as well
Better get a vasectomy.
you might as well pay for Ling Ling. Like that's what you should do."
Yeah, because
said-
I got the V cut like 18 years ago. And if you think about what I'm going through now, that was a blessing.
Right.
Well,
That was a blessing. Knowing what I know
I said-
now and what I'm going through now, can you imagine if I had had more?
my personal opinion, I won't get a vasectomy. I refuse. Like I just won't do that. But to each their own. But pretty much he brought me on and she started trying to give me her bullshit. And then once I started knocking down her points, she started trying to like shame me. And like I pretty much put her in her place. And that might be why she was calling me daddy this week.
Well, she started after she tried to shame, and then she started backpedaling and changing what she was saying before,
Yeah, she did.
and then
She
started
did.
trying to apologize and shit.
And then the thing about it
yeah.
is, yeah, and
It
the
probably
thing
got
about-
a little moist like Duncan Hines.
yeah, and the funny thing about it is that's not how it started. She was supposed to hang up when you came in, and she said, "No, I want to stay here and I want to talk to Kyle too."
That's what
And then
she said.
and then he let her stay. And the thing that fascinated me the most was that if that was us talking to one of them, he would have pulled our coattails. And you can't say different because I've seen him do it. He's always told us to be respectful and catch her and carry. And she got up there and she talked to you like that, and all he did was sit there and laugh. That didn't sit well with me.
I don't
'Cause
care
like
because I'll do
I
it
know-
next though.
I know you don't. And as far as it goes for the time frame with the 3 minutes, I've noticed he's giving more time to women because the men will come up there and be respectful. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The worst I've seen is 8 minutes. But the women will get up there like Pip and go 20, 30 minutes. You
And-
know, even when Alex got up there, Alex was up there for damn near 20 minutes herself. I mean, you know, look, either you're a men's channel or you're not. If you want to hear women's perspective, that's great. But if you're going to play this game, then you have to play it across the board equally. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He usually doesn't have a choker for me just because of the simple fact I'll let him ask whatever the topic is, and then whenever he does, I just immediately slam with what my comment is well thought out already, but it's going to be it's going to sting, and I really don't care. And it's going to be anti-feminist, and I'm going to tell you, yes, all these hoes are like this, every single one of them. Because given the opportunity, they're going to gut you. And I think the way I say it and the lack of remorse I have for saying it, it throws them off and it makes our conversation go on longer than that. And so whenever I tell them, you know, I don't believe anything that they say. I mean, I could care less. What they say to me doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Half the time I zone out.
and like he asked me one time before, it was a while ago, where he had asked me, you know, my stance on dating or something like that will ever change. I can't remember what it was, but I told him, and I think I've said this a couple of times. Look, let me tell you something. As long as the laws are in place that exist, It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Because even if I'm lucky enough to find that unicorn 10, 15, 20 years down the line, all it takes is me saying no to her one time and she's going to be okay, I'm out and take everything I got. As long as those laws are on the books, it's not going to happen. It's not. That's why. And they're only getting worse. They're only getting worse. I had a guy in Texas. I think I said this story before. He had a female friend, never dated her. They were just been friends, grew up together. And she was out, I want to say Wisconsin or something like that. And she was having a hard time, single mother. He said, well, come out here. I hope you get hooked up, find a job. She came out to his place. And instead of doing what she was supposed to, looking for work, she did nothing. She lounged around the house. She didn't clean. She didn't cook. She didn't go looking for a job. Nothing. He told her to get out. That chick went to court and tried to get him responsible for child support, and she almost won.
Damn.
She almost won. Damn. You can't tell me that the juice is worth the squeeze anymore. You can't.
I heard a worse story than that.
You got a woman in England married to a dude, divorced. He gave her the new house. He built a cottage during the divorce. She got a couple of $1 million. I'm talking double digits, and she got a multi-million-dollar mansion house. He said, okay, cool, that's you. He went 1/4 mile down the road, built a smaller house where he can still be close to the kids. The kids would come back and forth. 20 years later, she blew through all the money, went back to court, sued for another $50 million, and won.
Wow.
And her son cursed her out because he said, you just stole my inheritance. He won't talk to her to this day. 20 years divorced, and she can come back and get $50 million more. Are you kidding me?
Well, here's the other problem. So here's the other problem that MTR allows to run on the channel, which I don't really get to talk about. But so they keep doing this narrative where they say that, it used to be that women couldn't own property or they couldn't vote or they couldn't do this. That's a lie.
It is a lie.
It's a lie. And if feminism didn't, and they're like, well, the first wave of feminism I agree with because it wasn't about hating on men. It's always been about hating men. Like ever since feminism started in the 1800s in England. And it's always been about pushing men down. It's never been about
exactly.
Equality.
That's what it's all. That's been the underlying tone of it all. It's all about women wanting dominance over men. That and the other simple fact, because ugly chicks couldn't pick who the hell they wanted. They couldn't get who the hell they wanted. Those two things.
That's why last week I thought they were full of shit when they started talking about arranged marriages. Because arranged marriages only work in situations where both families have a certain level of status, and they try to make sure that bloodline stays and the money stays within that bloodline. But more importantly, as I said in the chat, let me see if I get this straight. Now y'all wanted, what did I say? I said, let me see if I get this straight. So now that you guys can't get a man, you're going to force society to give you one, because that's really what they're saying.
Right.
That's really what they're saying at the end of the day. Because up until then, no chick wanted arranged marriages. They always wanted to go after the dude with the most bag. That was their chance. That was their risk. That's what they wanted to do. I need somebody with the bag.
Well, first, when they're young, no, it's not even about the bag. They just want to get that thing away like free hotcakes. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about the digging stick in the beginning.
And on top of that, they don't understand the reality of it. Arranged marriages don't happen when you're in your 30s. Okay.
No, they happen when you're like 15. Yeah. and that's why I put in there today. I said, in previous society, when you had marriage, the trade was that, men brought provisions, they brought security, they brought what else I say? Well, they brought everything tangible needed. Men brought that to the table, while women only brought two things: virginity and obedience. And they are willing to give neither now. You will get neither.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if that is the case, and this is supposed to be a trade-off. What are men actually getting besides a used worn out piece of trash?
Well, like I said before, why would I go in and pay top dollar for a car with high mileage? Why would I do that? I mean, seriously. Why,
Or to me,
why?
I think a better analogy is like, why would you pay for a car that other people got to drive for free?
Well,
I gotta.
you know what? I tell you this much. I tell you something I started telling people a little over a decade ago. It's just this simple. You look at a chick and you tell her matter of factly, I need you to understand, pussy is not a currency in my kingdom. And you make that abundantly clear. Pussy is not a kingdom, is not a currency in my kingdom. It's just not. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I can go get it for nickel and dime with the right prostitute or call girl. So if I need viscosity, and like I said, ooh, you pay for sex? No, baby, you don't understand. Call girls are not paid for sex. Call girls are paid to leave. Because once I do my business, I don't have to listen to bullshit. Yeah,
There you go.
I don't have to take your drama. I don't have to hear shit about your rent being due. I don't have to hear shit about your baby's daddies. None of that. You are here for one thing and one thing only. When I'm done, you leave. I'm paying you to leave. That's all call girls are. You can talk about sex all you want to, but let's get real about something. They are disposable.
You know the funny thing, the irony of that they always talk about. Well, so you're paying for sex, but their favorite quote by the Strag is always, "Well, you got to pay to play, honey." But and my whole thing is, this is why to me they're all hoes. I wouldn't care if she's trading with it for a private island, a mansion in the hills, a $10,000 bag, $1 million cash, or a bologna sandwich. As long as she's trading with that trim, it's still prostitution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You got to pay to play. You got to take her out to a nice dinner. You got to pay for a show. You got to get the bag. At the everything they talk about is money for trade. That is outright prostitution. Period. The only difference between them and a call girl is that I can't get their asses to leave. That's the only difference. Because
here's my question. But you can get all of that without going on a date and without spending money, though.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
Oh, so what would you consider that then? If I'm not spending money,
you can. Hey, look. Now you're gonna spend something. Now it may be pizza and a beer.
I guess.
Pizza and a beer. If you're spending time, you spending money.
Mm-hmm.
It don't have to be a significant amount, but if you spending time, you spending money.
That's correct. That is correct.
Listen, this is the way that I look at it. Like, so my ex, when I started this channel, she lightweight got mad about it because like she thinks I hate women, and like all the women that I date that I like in the past all thought I hate women. And it's not that I hate women. It's just I'm like, you're not going to upsell your rotten burrito to me and tell me it's delicious.
Right.
Like, I know this thing is past its expiration date, and like someone has already it's been bitten into like 30 times. It's barely a burrito. And I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It is what it is. But you're not gonna tell me how I should feel about the burrito. Like, you're not.
And my whole thing is, I know you said earlier, Lawrence, that they're trying to sell you full price on a used car, on a high mileage used car. Mm-hmm. My whole analogy, I like the one that Black Ram said. They're pretty much trying to have you pay new money for halfway chewed candy. Mm-hmm. And the thought of it just sounds disgusting. You know, to go back off in that wrapper and get some candy that somebody else is eating. It just sounds disgusting. You know.
So this is the problem that I'm having with this channel. So obviously, MTR's channel is shifting,
right?
And like when it comes to creating content, like there's a lot of people that just talk trash about women on the internet. So like I'm not exactly sure like where I want to like how I want to progress with this, because like talking about trash about women is only going to get so big, you know. So like I don't even know what I'm really going to do. Like I've only made, this is my second time making a video this week. Like I'm not even sure what I should really be, if I should be shifting or what I should be doing.
Well, what did you make the channel for?
It was supposed to be like a red pill male improvement, but like I said before, I've only been on YouTube for a month, so there's not a whole lot of transition in my life to show receipts for it to be that. Because if it's about male improvement, I can't tell you how to be a millionaire when I'm not a millionaire. Is my point.
But you can find guests to come on your show to talk about it. No different than MTR brings on his guests.
That's true.
And they don't need to be sitting in the room with you. You can set them up the same way we're set up now. And then you can have call-ins where people talk. That's let's say that's your Monday video. Your Wednesday video, say you talk to somebody who's a physical trainer, teaching everybody how to get their shape back and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then because you and I, Oaken, you and I have talked about this, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Something similar like that. The bottom line is, it's your channel. You can make it anything you want to.
And also, you talked about, you like guns and all that. You could do a feature on that.
Yeah, you can.
Whether it be cleaning or types of gun care.
I can't be on camera.
Oh, never mind.
That's right. That's right.
Never mind.
You can have a guest.
Yeah, you could have somebody. Somebody.
I'll have to hire someone to be on camera with the gun.
Yeah.
No.
This is
no. Listen, hear me out. You can do this while at the same time helping your community. You can go to a local gun shop, a legitimate one, and you can have them on camera showing people proper gun safety, etc., and so on, or explain to them how to get their concealed license or whatever have you may, while at the same time promoting their shop.
True.
You can do little things like that, because we focus so much on working out and getting physically fit. We work on how to get our bag, but have we really worked on what makes us happy? We've got hobbies.
Exactly.
So then I can start doing putting my photography into my videos.
Yeah. Whatever your hobbies are, because like I said, I'm going to start my second channel too, and I'm in the gaming and anime. So I don't know anybody, as far as in Black culture that does anime. A lot of do gaming on here, but not anime. So I was like, that'd be something new and different to add to it.
Yeah,
and
Fullmetal Alchemist is my favorite anime.
Yeah.
See, Bleach is my favorite. I love Bleach. I did watch some Fullmetal Alchemist. It was cool too.
And the thing about us as men, here's the beauty about us being men instead of women. We have so many diversified things that we enjoy, even if they're minor or major.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, each one of those, there are large groups of men who are going to be interested in it maybe more than we are, or they just never had anybody talk about it. Whether it's anything from comics to collection action figures to guns to archery and everything else in between. As a matter of fact, everything I just named to you are my hobbies. I do them. I take archery. I take gun. That's the beauty about us. We are so
versatile in our hobbies.
Yeah, not just versatile. Yeah, that's true. But not just versatile in our hobbies, but we're so much more well-rounded than people give us credit for as men. As men, we broaden our horizons because that's the nature of who we are. We're always striving to learn more. We're always wanting a desire to know something else. It's what we do. And all we have to do is like, okay, so I found this out today. I thought it was pretty cool. I might make it my hobby, you know what I'm saying? Something I get into. And I'm going to show you guys a brief filming that I made for it. And then boom, splice the film into it, let it run. And at the end of, so, you know, this is what I'm doing. I'm thinking about it. What do you guys think? Yada, yada. Look, man, look, there's no such thing as a man with one hobby. They think they have one hobby, but there's no such thing because we're men. That's what we do.
Right. You're right.
I'll be honest with you. I really didn't until this. I didn't have hobbies. Like,
yeah,
man,
I didn't have not one hobby.
But you do. You know how? You like rap music. That's a hobby because I don't listen to rap. That's a hobby. That's when.
So listen. So I'm gonna paint this perfect. So before when I was coming up and before I got strung out, like I used to be a real big nerd. I used to play D&D. I was a top player in Ohio for Magic the Gathering. I was an expert on a certain deck that has became a standard in a format. I played World of Warcraft back when there was no expansions, like all that stuff.
Oh wow!
But as like my crime and my drug addiction increased, those things stopped.
That became the hobby. That became the hobby.
I can draw and paint, and I can do all sorts of artistic shit very well. Like I have art that I'm going to frame, and I'm going to change up my room so that my artwork's in it in my studio. But I stopped doing all that shit. So then when I got sober, I was just focused on being sober, and then like within like 2 years of being sober, my son was born a month before I was 2 years sober. So then I had a kid. So work became my priority. Like literally I've hung out with many women that were like, you are the most antisocial motherfucker I've ever met. Like when we'd break up, they would try to clown me and tell me that I was antisocial and I don't have any hobbies and I was miserable. And I just like working. Like, I don't know about you. Like, right. I like money, but it wasn't.
You just named 3 things that you can add to your channel. You know that, right? Just telling that story. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't really draw or paint or any of that shit anymore.
Yeah, but D&D, go to a local comic shop or a game store. They have tournaments. Same thing with the gun. Same thing with the gun thing. Do it with them.
But what I like about this is I decided to make the YouTube channel, and I bought my Logitech webcam, and then like I saw this really good deal, like a really good deal on this camera right here, and this just happens to be a 77 Canon D, which is the same camera that MTR uses. And I was like, well, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. So I got it. And then I was like, well, I can't get a cam link because the capture card, the cam link that I need to use is like $400. And they're usually like $129 because people are buying them and hoarding them online. So like, I'm just, like I'm not going to buy it because I'm unwilling to pay 3 times more for the same thing. Right.
Exactly.
So I was like, well, I got to figure something to do with this camera because then I'll just hate my life if I bought something and it just sits there. So I started going out and doing photography, and I've been watching like guys that do photography. Like I put dude's name. His name is I posted it in here before. What did I say his name was?
Validus or something like that.
Something like that. But he's a black dude from Detroit. They grew up in the middle of Detroit with a bunch of gangs, and I'm not sure if he was a gang member or if he wasn't. I don't know, but he takes pictures of people in his neighborhood that have guns and smoke weed and commit crimes, but he also goes and does product shoots for Nike. You know, like he's a pretty famous photographer. And he just happens to be a black guy that liked to take pictures and started taking pictures and made a career out of it. And like, he's like the perfect example of like, you like to do something, you start doing it and you make it into something that makes you money.
Yes. Yeah. Well, fellas, I'm gonna get off here.
Yeah. What time is your show?
It may be like 2:00 now.
Yeah,
I gotta get some sleep, man. I've been
Yeah,
up over
same.
24 hours now, so
we're on a different time zone, right?
yeah, we're on a different time zone.
So
yeah,
what, 2 o'clock?
it's almost
2 o'clock
it's
for you?
almost 7:00 by you.
Yeah. So to what? 2 o'clock for you is going to be what? 4 o'clock for me.
3.
3 o'clock. Okay, 1 hour.
Yeah, you're an
difference.
hour ahead of me.
Okay, so 3 p.m. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, go get some rest, brother. I'll see you on the show.
All right. I'll see y'all later, man. Have a good one.
All right, see you.
All right.
There.
Are you getting off, Kyle? Or are you hanging?
Yeah, I'm about to get off. I have to get up and pick up my kid, and I have to take a little nap, pick up my kid, and I'm going out to Corey.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you did the channel.
I'm glad, like, I'm glad I did it, but like I kind of feel lost at some point with it. Like I don't feel like really which way I'm gonna take it, and like I've been feeling some kind of way about MTR's like channel, because like the amount of race stuff that goes on in the channel, in the chat, it really like that shit irritates the shit out of me. Like I hate constantly hearing about race all the time.
The thing that fascinates me is that, you know, it started off, if I remember it correctly in order, I think the first person that I ever thought was disrespectful to you was Pip Pip.
That is what it is.
Then I started to notice other women started to chime in. Now I'm starting to see dudes chiming in as well, and that's one of the issues I have. It's one thing to take it from women. We expect it because that's just what they're doing. But as men, we shouldn't be doing that to each other.
That's why I dropped my address.
Yeah.
Like last week, I dropped my address because like there's always these simp ass dudes in there running their mouth, and that's like I tell them like, dude, you soft. Like I live in Cleveland where it's roughneck. Like here's my address. You got a problem? Pull up. Like someone's like, oh, we're just razzing with you. I'm like, no, bro. Like you don't realize what you say is what you say. I come from a place where what you say, you're held accountable for. So like you guys want to keep running your mouth, like this is where I'm at. So either quit being a pussy online or pull up.
Yeah. That's why I was thankful to Oken on what he said about the interpretation of what's going on in MTR's channel and chat. That's a good perspective. Did you see that last comment that was put in by Pence? I think it was.
Yeah, if you guys think MTR is this way now, just wait till he hits 50K subs and then 100K.
He said he's seen it many times. It's weird. It's weird.
Like, listen, I'm not hating on the guy because I understand like if you want to get wider audience or make it more profitable, you're gonna have to move in a certain direction. But at the same time, like I don't come to a male channel to be shamed by women. If I want to do that, I'll just walk out my door.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, and I think that's what my problem is more than anything else. I think that's my main problem because, you know, like I said, we've said, not we, but men have said things in the chat that he's called us out for in a heartbeat, you know, and I'm noticing there's certain things he's allowing women to do that he doesn't allow men to do. And like I said, it's his house. He can work it the way he wants to. But if he's going to constantly say he's given equal opportunity and fairness to everyone, then he has to put that across the board. You know, I'll come up there and I'll make a comment about something with religious or faith and yada, yada. Well, we don't like to drop religion in here. But yet we sat for 45 minutes to an hour listening to her talk about sex magic and mythology. And I mean, come on, man. It can't be both ways. You can't make dudes drop out in 3-5 minutes, but you let the women ramble on for 20-30. You know, I like I said, my thing is that we're talking about fairness. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about.
Well, see,
But
I'm
as far as it
grateful.
goes for the women, always shaming. I hear it every day, everywhere I go. Why do I want to come to a men's space and hear that? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm grateful for the channel because if it wasn't for the channel, I wouldn't have like started on this path of YouTube and photography,
Mm,
getting a hobby and doing something outside of what I was doing. So like I'm grateful for that. But anytime that you start letting more women into something, the
mhm,
the environment of stuff changes. That's why if you're ever in an office, they don't like to have a lot of women in the office.
mhm.
They try
Yeah.
to they try to ratio it out a certain way because once there's too many women, it becomes toxic to
Oh
work.
yeah. Well, it's been like that since the 50s. It's been like that since the 50s. They didn't think too much about it in the 40s, but in the 50s, they started breaking that down. That's why you had secretary pools totally separate from everything else. That was the whole point. But anyway, man, I know you gotta go, so I'll let you be.
Salute.
Salute.
All right. I don't know if you get my updates or I don't know if everyone's watching. I have a PayPal, I have a Patreon. I'm on Instagram, Facebook. You just look up my name, Savage Red Recovery. If you
Well,
guys are trying,
I get your notifications, but I think you need to set up that thing where the PayPal is run across the bottom so we can see it.
yeah, I'm not sure exactly banners. I guess I can do that down here in this. I haven't done that, but if you guys want to see if you want to see my photos on Instagram, it's savage_red_recovery, and you guys can see like the photos I've taken the last week, and if you guys want to keep up on it, you can see my progression as time goes on. But yeah, like that's pretty much it. I'm not exactly sure where this channel is going to go. I hope more people join in and try to find themselves while I find myself.
Hey, you got 51 subscribers in 30 days. I've seen people do worse.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty happy.
yeah,
I've got over 700 views. Like
yeah.
I've got over 100 watch hours.
I've actually got channels I follow. They've been around for 3 years, and their subscriber base is, I think one of them was 46. So, and like I said, they've been on for 3 years, and they got views. So, but but like I said, the 30 days, 51, it ain't bad.
Well, also the other thing that I like to do is I like to go get articles and actually read, like go from the article, which I
Oh, I
like a
know.
lot of these people that do this YouTube stuff, they do like they'll get like a relationship article and they'll like react to that or they'll react to like a tweet or something. Like I actually would rather bring up an article and like reference the article and give my opinion on that than oh, what is Will Smith and Jade Pickett Smith doing? Like I don't care.
Yeah. But no, I've seen your videos when you do art news article topics. Do you know who Better Bachelor is?
Yeah, I watch Better
Yeah,
Bachelor.
you Joker, right?
Yeah, Joker.
Yeah. That's my man. I like him. But some I just assumed you were trying to aim at something similar to that.
No, like it's just the reason that my videos end up being like that because I'm trying to come up with a topic and like I watch MTR and he's constantly putting videos out. There's other people that are doing female male stuff and like I don't watch the news. I didn't have social media until like I made it for this channel. Like I really didn't I'm not on the internet like that. So like MTR is at a point where he's got people emailing him stuff. So like anything that I have to go find it. And I didn't start really being on like Facebook or anything until now. So like I just haven't really figured out like my formula of what I'm gonna do yet.
Yeah, and I'm no help because I cut myself off from getting any of that crap. I just got tired of seeing it. So I don't even I spend all my time on YouTube, to be honest with you.
Well, I spend a lot of time on YouTube. I like this mainly because it gives me like it makes me think outside of myself and makes me think of other. It like makes me have to be creative. But like when it comes to making content, like MTR said when I did the video of like the update of my story, like you can't trust them. He was like, "You're talking monotone. You really don't have any energy. Like people aren't really gonna want to watch you if you don't like you're not entertained. Like bring that same energy that you bring to my show, to this show." I was like, "Yeah, bro, but I get like 4 minutes or 5 minutes of listening to people talk crap, and then I have to compile all of my thoughts into 5 minutes. So like, I've been waiting and thinking about it, but when I get in front of the camera, it's just me, and like." Everything is on me. Like I there's no energy for me to bounce off of when I'm just me and my camera.
Okay. Yeah.
So like I think I'm gonna start getting women or trying to get like
there's a woman. No, there was a woman in here tonight.
Yeah, there was. She her name is Maria
Gonzalez.
Yeah, she commented on one of my pages when I trashed the picture of that chick where I said watch out for these.
Yeah.
The level up girl. She like came onto my channel and watched my video, and then she personally like tried to shame me and insult me in the comments.
Oh, okay.
So,
well,
like,
all I know is she came in here tonight and she asked one question and it was directed at me and I ignored it because it's me. So,
yeah, she's one of those level up girls.
Yeah, because that's exactly what she asked me. What kind of business or industry you're in? Something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Lawrence, what type of business are you involved in? Yeah, and I ignored it because, like I said, I don't respond to them. So that's me.
She's a level. She's like those level up girls. To be honest, wouldn't even pay. Like they won't even talk to you. I was like, sweetheart, like I don't care because I wouldn't talk to them. Like you like a lot of these women think that we're on here doing this because we can't get women, and this is like our way of getting women. But
and that's the funny part because they'll sit there and they'll come up here and they'll think we're upset because we can't get women. But here's the thing: if we're telling you stories about what we went through, then apparently we can get women. So what is your argument?
I got two baby moms.
Exactly.
I've been on this channel and like I got 2 baby moms and a girlfriend.
Yeah, you got two.
That's 3 women that I deal with on a regular like.
Yeah. And you got 2 babies mamas. I got 2 ex-wives, and I got like a crap load of other women who suddenly coming out of the woodworks talking about, oh, well, we always wanted to be together with you. Shut up. Shut up. Well, how come you never talked to me? If I've known you since I was 7 years old. If I wanted you, I would have came for you. So apparently, I don't care.
Yeah.
I know you laughed at me though when I made that pussy is not a currency in my kingdom. What was that about?
It's the truth. Like, you know how many chicks I know that like literally like their whole facade of who they are is based on the fact that they have good vagina. And like that's it. And like to be honest with you, vagina is great the first 2 or 3 times you're with it. But after that, it's just like vanilla. It's like every other one. Like like after those first 2 times, like the whole dynamic changes.
Well, and that's why I made the comment I did earlier when everybody was here. Women think that us getting married is about pussy. It's not. It never was. It never was. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a part of it, but they seem to think that it's the primary reason. It's not the primary reason.
It's like 80% of all marriages are don't have sex. So like,
yeah,
it's
and every man is not foolish. We know that once we get married, the sex drive is going to go down. We know this. We know that's going to be women, especially after we knock them up. Because after having kids, the sex drive damn near dies. So we're not stupid. We know how this works. So for you to constantly sit there thinking that it's only for us about pussy, and that's why I keep saying they're disingenuous. They know the truth. They just don't want to.
Well, this is what makes me laugh. So I turned 31 in March. All right. And I'm at a point in life where like I've had many of opportunities. Like, so me and my girl broke up for like a month, like a few months back. And like my phone, like I could have went and had gotten some and I didn't. Like the energy of I had to put out to do it, like in my head, it seemed like too much work. Like I was more content not getting any and sitting at my house doing whatever I was doing than to get up and get ready and to try to go out to get it. And like I can't say that I can't say I've always felt like that because when I was 19, I would drive 4 hours. I had to be at work in an hour and a half, and I'd drive 45 minutes to get something. Like, but now that I'm in my third, like I don't know if it's just because I hit 30 or if I have 2 kids, but something changed, and now it's like,
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's maturity. Like the saying goes, when I was a boy, when I was a child, I did childish things, but once I became a man, I put childish things away.
yeah, like I'm not sure.
I just think it's that simple. But you keep yawning and I keep holding you up, so I'm gonna go. All right.
I'll talk to you later, bud.
All right, man. Have a good one.